All right, should be good enough. So, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. Cosmic here. Welcome back to another round of Chaos Zero Nightmare. Trying our best to make Desire cards not entirely terrible. So, this one has been a bit of a work in progress. So, tonight, we are going to be trying to optimize what I've been calling the Immortal Cassius build since the launch of this patch. But very long story short, it's trying to make the Desire payoff cards, or these 7-cost bonuses, actually worth it in any type of capacity. So, unfortunately, the initial testing has not been great. So, this might be, definitely more negative leaning in terms of just being very underwhelmed by the performance. But we're going to spend a couple Chaos delegations, try to maybe clean up a couple things, maybe spend some divines, and then end the stream, or towards the end of the stream, run it through Tower and see how much it really helps. But unfortunately, and as Cyberhead just mentioned there as well, it really is feeling like the Desire payoffs are just not worth it. Now, the Desire cards are good. I want to make these two very different, conversations. Now, when we think about things like where our most recent character is, I guess let me go back just so I can click on Instinct. If we go into and we talk about Driven Hunt, card's great. It helps you get past the morale cap, which if you are someone who is using Cassius, this is a very welcome damage addition. And this is for all Rangers and Hunters, so it's not just our latest combatant. But if you have like a Veronica save or a Hugo save, you do actually want to go back and refarm those decks for this card, let alone the survival buff itself that is going to give you the extra morale, which, again, in the vast majority of teams, meeting that 50% HP threshold to gain the 3 morale, resolve, and fortitude should be fairly easy. And if we think about characters like Narja, who have multiple shield activations or gains, that 3 resolve might not seem like a lot, but it really can be in the right teams. Much like Adelheid as well can be gaining multiple shield or have multiple triggers of shield gain in her turn, whereas for a lot of teams that we're going to be talking about at least tonight, you only have this single double shield gain, which, I really thought on paper would be pretty decent because it does have the shield retention, which is quite nice, again, for the sake of if you don't have Adelheid, but you just want a little bit more sustain and survivability. I still think this build is going to be the best option that you have, but, is it really worth setting up these separate teams to go farm just to get this, Desire Manifestation Survival trigger? We'll see as the night goes on and we get some of this testing out of the way, but that is what we're going to be diving into tonight. And again, as kind of an update why we weren't streaming last night, I have decided that on Mondays I'm going to go start playing Riftbound at my local game stores. So for those that don't know, again, I come from a TCG background, and very long story short, I got super lucky winning a skirmish so that I got enough money to build a deck. So I do have a deck now that I can actually play at locals. And it's just really nice to get out of this office that I'm usually in for like 15 hours a day if I'm actually working from home plus content. Today I was working from the office, so every Tuesday I have to drive into the city, which is never fun. But anyways, long story short, just want to give some more clarity around what's been going on with the Monday streams now. So going forward, it's still going to be like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Saturday is going to be the plan. And then for the sake of release weeks, or if there's a new gacha game or something, then obviously I'm going to skip locals. I'll just, stream Monday through Friday or whenever the game drops, what have you, just to make sure I don't fall behind and get caught up in all that stuff. So appreciate the patience, appreciate everyone, still hanging out, checking out the streams and all that good stuff, checking out the content. Obviously very excited for Arabella next week, but right now, unfortunately, it is kind of the dead week, right, for CZN. So I wish there was something else, that really kind of got my attention, but nothing else as of right now. Well, the one turn on shield retentions is important because it still allows you to go into that next turn with some amount of shield. So this is more about increasing your effective health per turn. So we'll test this out a little bit more. Again, I'm not exactly happy with where the save data I have is at. I might have to actually finally commit to spending some black mass, but yeah, the card definitely just needs a little bit of extra help. Yo, Sue, how you doing as well, brother? Tenebria Simp, welcome on in. So yeah, the other thing I'll say too, right, is I almost wish that they would lower this initial threshold and just give us extra triggers so that we could get more value out of Resolve. So yeah, we'll see how this this lands, but really quickly, just to give you all an idea of kind of where things are at. Now, keep in mind that for this Hilde build, this is really just, you would put any character here, right? This is meant to be more your, whoever you're trying to carry through the tower, this would be your most flexible spot. So for the sake of, you know, what's eventually going to be the video, and for the sake of the run later tonight, we are just using Homing Arrow Hilde because it is her best single target damage. I don't think even, where is, yeah, so like some of these have the wrong epiphanies. That's what was wrong. I remember now. So I'm going to probably do a couple more Chaos Delegations just to try to fix this. Like, obviously, we don't want draw and release either here. So unfortunately, finding Survival 3 was kind of a, I don't know how you guys have lucked out with this yet, but finding Survival 3 has kind of been ass lately. If I can just call it like it is for a moment, if I may, please forgive me. But I've had not so great luck with this. Now, I'm only talking about like 6 or 7 Chaos runs total that I've done when I'm trying to like chase this new build. So like, I didn't care about Survival 3 previously, but now for the sake of this build, every build going forward, or every flex spot has to be Survival 3 because that's how I built my supports. And it feels not great to try to get Survival 3. Now, there might be a mid-season update and all that stuff, whatever. We'll have to wait and see, but for those that have not seen the other builds, these are the ones I've been sharing or talking about where we're doing a 1 claim 2 survival on the others because it's flexibility. And what this actually allows you to do, and I'm just going to do this really quick, right? It allows you to set up that your last card can be, for any character, whoever your main DPS is, let's just say, right? Your last DPS will always then be able to do a 1-1-1 split to get the best buff in the game. Currently, maybe there'll be a balance update, what have you. So this is kind of how I've like preset my teams. Now, again, with Arabella, all this could change. I can't obviously look into my crystal ball to understand what's going to change with her release, but we will see how that goes. But that is why I had this like very particular setup, is that so we'd have more flexibility on the last card in particular. Yeah, 1-2 split all the way, just depending on which ones that you want to put together. Oh, I forgot to do Nebula Distortion boss as well. The hoodie is making me, oh, thank you, Snufflo. Yeah, so this is just a Conte again. So I will always shill this artist. Where is my, whoa. Oh, let me turn this way. It's got little stuff on the pockets. And the back is dope too. But let me I'm not gonna like turn my hoodie around real quick. But any can I where is the fool? There it is. But the back is super sick, which is why I wanted to get this hoodie. There you go. So that's what the back looks like. But yeah, I absolutely love this artist that, well, one, I've had to change out a bunch of hoodies and whatnot anyways. But yeah, I basically own, I think, every sweater by them now because I have just fallen in love with their stuff so much. I will say I wish there was like a little bit longer in the sleeves. Like not all of their hoodies are exactly fit the same way, which is a little annoying, but they just have so much cool shit, man. And then yeah, Aconite is that one, and then my other favorite one is, where is Estella? which is, again, oh, that's La Luna, the other one, which, again, with the name of Cosmic, you might get the idea of it, but they just have so much cool shit. Where is the other one? I guess I can hit view all really quick. There's one that goes with this one. Actually, okay, I lied. I don't have the Kabuki Oni. I think Bree has that one. Oh, right, because I bought it as a shirt. I just recently bought the hoodie, which also doesn't fit exactly how I'd like it to. It's a little bit short in the sleeves. But absolutely love the star. So yeah, it is expensive, but also support independent artists when you can. Obviously, if you have the money. YouTube has a mobile input and doesn't see what's going. Oh, I forgot. I've been trying to get back on the vertical streaming as well, just to have both. Because again, the vertical streaming is more for like the random like shorts, algorithm, and all that stuff going up. I do have the full normal stream up still, but I haven't found a good way to like double hide or unhide the other frames and whatnot. But yeah, anyway, so really cool artist. Again, support artists when you can. And they just have really cool shit. So I've been buying up pretty much every new release that they have, actually. But yeah, the Magician I just picked up when I was at Anime Expo. This is the other one that I have. Yeah, the Magician and the Fool were the two newest ones. And just to show it off, because this one is also super sick on the back. But all right, that was all I wanted to shill really quick because again, love their artwork. Whoop. Let's put that back, and then I have to put that back. Okay, okay, now we're on the same view again. Does going for 12 survival on 3 defenders work, or am I reading the effects wrong? So you can only go up to a maximum of 9 points. So you get 3 points to use per card. At most, you can have 9. And if you go for the 7 buff, you basically can't get the lower end one. So the strategy behind it is either you go for a 5 and 3 buff split, or you go for like some big payoff card. Now, unfortunately, all of these payoff cards just suck. Like, okay, again, I keep making this disclaimer because I have to, or somebody's gonna like, oh, but Mr., misinformation streamer, right? If you don't have Cassius, right? If you don't have Cassius and you just need the extra morale and you want to have a little extra survivability, I think this one's just fine. It's not exciting, but for the majority of teams and other setups that you're going to have, this is just generally not worth it. Because keep in mind, you're also going to automatically get 3 morale and 3 resolve if you just take the 5 survival anyways. So you're only getting a little bit more morale for increased dot damage amount. Now, again, the disclaimer there is that for the sake of Arabella, there's a very good chance that you're going to want to go high on claim anyways because of how her kit's going to work and be required of and all that nonsense. But we will have to see if the 5 claim is actually decent enough because there's not really a lot of ways to boost damage over time effects currently in game. So we might be stuck going for 5 claim for Arabella. We'll have to test it. Obviously, it comes down to how her kit works. We do know that she does detonate fractures, so that will likely be treated as dot damage, which means 5 claim is the only way to really boost it, outside of things like vulnerable, right? So we'll have to wait and see where that goes. If you're going for only defenders, I mean, you kind of, where's Archive? You probably don't need survivability then, right? So of these survival cards, the issue that you run into is that like, this is the only good one in terms of like survival cards that I would personally consider, running. And so like because you mentioned Vanguards, right? You can't run this card. So I would recommend if you do instead like a 1-2 split. So 2 of the 3 points would be for survival. And then obviously one of them would have to be a 3-pointer because you're trying to go up to 7. If you're doing a full tank team. But I would spend the 1 base cost as something else. Now, that's where it gets interesting because I am totally going to blank off the top of my head what the other Vanguard exclusive ones are. But very long story short, if you have the action points per turn, Sample Collection is like your good enough generic because it has a draw 2. So it's always going to give you a +1 card advantage. But the problem that you'll very quickly run into is that Desire cards are very expensive. Like, even in the Immortal build that I'm working towards, a lot of times you find yourself not really wanting to cast the Desire cards, which is, you know, kind of counterintuitive to what you want to do because you have to spend the cards to build up the stacks, but then not every team wants to play the cards for the stacks, so then why would you bother, right? You could just get the static abilities off of Survival 5, and that's kind of, again, the major issue with Desire cards is that they are pretty fundamentally flawed. And I feel like we are far enough in the season now where I can say that, hey, Sue and I were right about the initial, you know, admittedly knee-jerk reaction that we've had to the Desire cards. Unfortunately, it played out exactly like we thought it would. Now, I am still trying to work on this Immortal build, and it is a bit cope. But I think even if the best payoff card is unusable, that's a pretty poor sign of the seasonal mechanic overall. Magna on Inquiry 1, Survival to a Sample Collection is pretty strong. Oh yeah, if you just do her like as the full upgrade, I assume. Just basically a 1 card deck. Yeah. Yeah, this reminds me, so it's kind of funny, right? Because this is exactly the Magna deck that we built back in Season 1 when we were trying to do, like, the all-Vanguard team, right? If I still have it. I wonder if I deleted it already. It's like, it's not good anymore. Okay, it was actually, I think that was the support for it. Oh, the Forbidden Hunger was on somebody else. No, it was this one, right? So you ran Confiscation because it was a way to get a draw 1 and 1 AP, so it cycles itself. And then this card would always draw Forbidden. Portrait of Fury was the name of the card. It's the one that would draw 2 cards, is basically what it said. So it was a way to pay for the cost of the Forbidden card, and then still draw 2. So this, what is this? Yeah, January? God. This was a lot of fun for when it came together, and then they made this one. They rebalanced this. You know, to have the exhaust later on. Oh, I guess, how do I even... I forgot how to do the effect again. Oh, under cards? Thank you. Yeah, I try to get this to work like 3 separate times. Yes, Portrait of Fury, thank you. I tried to get this to work like 3 different times last week when I posted the video, whenever it was. I cannot get the export to work to save my life. Like, I just really suck at copy pasting, apparently. I'm sorry. But I could not get this to actually pop up. But yeah, so this was like the old Magnatech. Thank you, Sue. Of having the extra draw loop into Portrait of Fury, and then it would be effectively a draw 2. Now we just have Sample Collection, but the downside is that Sample Collection still needs a way to pay for itself. Whoop. There we go. Sorry, my headphone stand fell over. I wanted to fix that before I forgot. Copy and paste it into Notepad. Oh, is that maybe why? So yeah, because what I was doing is I was exporting from CZN, and I like put it in Discord as like I built them all out in Discord, and then I try to copy and paste that. So something went wrong in my copy and paste adventures, or maybe there was something with the CZN Metadex website that got fixed with the exporting. So yeah, that was did I totally forgot if I actually spent my stamina or not. But yeah. So I am really hopeful for the mid-season update that will give us something decent. Now, again, we do know that there is going to be the card text update, at least the first portion of it. So we will see an improvement to some of the language on the cards in the game. And I think there was like some other like bug fixes or whatever that they had mentioned. Obviously, there's a lot to look forward to, that we get our seasonal unit, all that good stuff, but I am still hoping that in some capacity, we do see an update to Desire cards. Maybe we get new cards, maybe we get additional effects, whatever it might be, but again, I think there is going to be a hope from a lot of people that we eventually get something decent. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to burn this really quickly before I forget, and then we're going to get into our... I gotta rebuild that Hilde deck really quick to see if we can make this tower build work or not. Actually, wait, no, I have enough, right? 48, 139. Yes, that should be everything. Oops. So, good news is we can just always farm potentials, material, and we'll have it go somewhere. Also, while that is cooking in the background, I'm not sure if people saw it, but where is my... Let me go find my other tab really quickly. And let me pull this up from posts. And then let me unhide this, unhide this. Okay, so for those who might have missed it, there was actually a dev Ask Me Anything or Ask Alim Anything for Brave Frontier Origins. So a lot of you may know that this is definitely a boomer gacha, but one that I am very much looking forward to. And they just had their first of many AMAs coming up. And one of the, not too much information yet, I will say, so don't get your hopes up. Obviously, it's very early. But one of the biggest things for me personally is that they did confirm that there will be no spheres or equipment gacha. So, you know, this would effectively be like the weapon banners of more modern gachas. So right off the bat, you know, one of the main questions that we had for Brave Frontier Origins is how would they try to modernize it, right? For the 2027 is when this game is launching, audience. So there's some other information I put on the YouTube post here about just other Q&A stuff. There's also a link to the full Q&A breakdown on that was posted on Reddit. But very quick way just to say that, hey, if you see me talking about this game more or covering it more in the future, it is definitely one that I am personally very excited about. So we will definitely have this on the channel in some way, shape, or form. But for those who are maybe unfamiliar, just for a really Brave Frontier... Whoop. Please open. But for those who are maybe unfamiliar, yes, this is going to be just a team-based pixel RPG. So this is definitely going to be more, you know, more of like the Final Fantasy for like turn-based old school RPGs. Obviously, it's very different, but it is still one that I am quite excited for. And with the next updates in September, I think. Yeah. So the story update, so we're going to learn about how it actually changes, is going to be in September. But unfortunately, we're not going to see... Oh, this is, we're on the JP side still. We're not going to see any new information on how they're revamping the combat until after the new year. So a little bit of whiles to wait. So we'll have to wait and see kind of where that lands. But all the same, very excited for it. Is it possible you have a small section on the dock for Persona cards? What type of content would you like to see for Persona cards, I guess is the question. Because with the current systems, the only reason to go do Persona cards now is if you're doing an extra attack team. So I kind of hinted at this in the past, guys, and I don't want to like just keep laboring this point, so I apologize in advance, but very long story short, before I just go on my soapbox again, because we, and I just mean the greater CZN community, didn't push back hard enough on the balancing adjustments, right? And we didn't actually get to keep the nice things like the 10 morale cap, or I think they said 15 initially. I forget. Anyways, very long story short, because we are now in a position where we will only see power creep going forward for the seasonal mechanics, it is extremely unlikely that you will ever farm old content again for seasonal stuff, right? So right now, as it is today, even for like, you know, in the past, how there was the idea that like, oh, most damage dealers would want to have like X, Y, or Z, chaoses and whatnot, right? Well, now with these survival cards making it even worse, you realistically are only farming the newest chaos for like 95% of teams. And unfortunately, that's kind of going to be the precedent going forward now. So the build document is kind of dead in that regard. So for those that don't know, I do have a tab on there that talks about why you might want to farm each individual chaos. But if this season is indicative of what type of power levels we're going to see in the future, yeah, you really don't care about old seasons anymore. Now, obviously, there is going to be outliers to this, like Forbidden Hunger Nia. Don't forget about that one. That is still very relevant. But that's because it does something that no other character or mechanic in the game currently allows, other than just having Typhara, right? So when we do see something like that breaks through mechanically, it'll still be very good. Or in the case of the extra attack engraving, which apparently still just permanently stacks, bug or no bug, I don't care anymore. It works. Because of that extra attack engraving in Season 3, if you're trying to do something like a Selena build, then yes, you're always going to want to still go to Season 3 because that is the highest damage amp you can currently get in the game for all extra attack based teams. So there are going to be, of course, very niche teams that still do care about some of these one-off mechanics, but by and large, if you're ever unsure going forward in terms of, hey, which chaos should I farm for X character? Just farm the newest chaos. That is kind of the gold standard response now. Unfortunately, in my opinion, going forward. Yes, good point. Technically, discard-based teams as well. But so like the one that I'm salty about, right, is Faceless Woman, right? Even for linked teams, for Heidi Mari now wants Season 4 instead of her signature season, I guess we'll call it that, is now just not as good for her, unfortunately. So it's one of those weird things where it's like, even the older builds that I have, like, this card was actually like randomly so goated, but now realistically I should refarm all of this, right? Because the extra attack is quite nice, but the Ranger card is just generally going to be better for you. And again, because you're trying to get for the survival buff and all that stuff. So it's just kind of unfortunate. So desire cards are mid, the buffs are not. So the issue with where the seasonal balance ended up is that because the devs decided that we get to keep 20 morale on our teams, if you have Cassius, he can now hit that 20 morale limit by himself. So as kind of messed up as this is to say, Cassius got buffed this season because of how the Survival 5 mechanic works. So, unfortunately, as a 4-star character who has already received 3 nerfs at this point, I would not be surprised if after my video and all that stuff, and I'm sure Sue has done coverage on the balancing issue as well. I know Judge has also, just name another person. I would not be surprised if we don't see another Cassius nerf coming out of this season, because eventually they need to rip the band-aid off this character, or they just need to nerf morale cap, which would totally be fine, right? Like, personally, I would rather see the morale cap go back in place than gutting Cassius, admittedly. But I think just from what would offer, what's easier, right, for them to do and kind of not have to worry about in the short term, the easier solution and arguably the least amount of pushback from the larger community is going to be just nerf Cassius, which sucks, but that's also why I put in my video. I promise I don't want him nerfed, but it is very much a current problem in CZN that is not going away anytime soon. Yes, the meta comp is still 5. Is it claim or inquiry? I always forget. Yes, 5 5 survival, 3 claim. Because claim is the extra 4 morale. Apparently, Haru is a great support now, granted that you have her at E2. For anchor spam? I'd be very curious to see what was he cooking for that. I mean, so here's the great thing about CZN as well, right? Like, I know a lot of people, I did see like the random Reddit post about, oh, someone did Eternal Hunger Hilde instead of Nia. Like, yeah, dude, sure, you can do that, but why are you wasting that character for that setup when you could just use Nia instead, who only has that role, where Hilde can do like 3 or 4 different roles on multiple teams, right? So it's one of those things where, like, I personally really love CZN because you do have that type of flexibility, and it's probably why I struggle to pick up other games, because CZN is just so good. But it's also really hard to be like, okay, sure, let me include every niche build ever in my build guide document in case somebody wants to use it this way, right? There's got to be some limit in the use cases that we have. How would I nerf Cassius? I have no idea, man. So again, I personally would not nerf Cassius. I would instead change the morale cap to 10. That is 100% what I would do personally. However, I think we would, I mean, I don't think, we know that the community would rage out if we actually put a lower cap on morale. That, again, needs it. But the thing is, when the morale is capped at 10, it's a lot more flexible on who you can have in that last slot, because other characters, either with neutrals or with divines randomly giving you the morale, it's pretty easy to get to 10 morale across a variety of team comps. So yes, Cassius would still be very good because he has other parts of his kit that just work, like the morale decrease is very good in tower, of course. But when we think about who is bringing damage amp to teams, it wouldn't just be Cassius anymore. Oh, does she have a neutral anchor? I guess, sure. Because what, it's a 2 cost? So it's the same thing as Rita, right? Are you kidding me? I'm sure it's just going to be a worse Rita build. Oh, let me share my screen again. Yeah, man. Fine. You got me. It technically works. So for those that don't know, it's already right here, right? So yeah, that Haru is cool and all, but what if you just had a character who could play it for free every single turn? And also, by the way, it automatically goes to your hand every single turn, thus not putting bad cards in your deck. So yeah, it's the same tech as the Rita, but Rita does it better. But again, it's about flexibility and using these characters in more interesting ways, right? So this is like a good rule of thumb that, like, anytime that we had like a 2-cost attack card, we could reasonably do this, right? Now it depends on what other type of support that the character has, but, and I guess just for the comparison, because she's psionic, so I know the divines change. Does she have the stupid ass weakness one? Okay, yeah, so she literally, again, I am totally not going to crash out about this divine for like the 3rd stream in a row, but like, y'all, if you want to chase the weakness attack and only make those builds usable for like 1/6 out of the content, sure, be my guest. Personally, I will never recommend chasing for these because I like keeping all my stuff more universal. But yes, you could run the same exact build with Rita. But again, the advantage that Rita has is that it works at E0. She tutors all of her attacks every single turn, and she plays them all for free. after the first turn of setup. So, and again, Rita came out later, so obviously she's better at Haru than doing that stuff, right? So do keep that in mind. Yes, and so these will work with the weakness Fortitude goes to 20 stacks as well. Also, again, small disclaimer before I skip over this. The reason why this works with Rita's kit is because she tutors a 2-cost attack with her upgrade. So if you have other 2-cost attacks in your deck, you will brick this build of Rita. So that is one of those areas where, like, okay, depending on what else you're running, you might want to have Haru instead. So think about your team combination. Think about other things like that. But that's just a point of reference I wanted to make sure I clarified. Oh, did I... Just realizes that. Nope. Okay. Thought my camera was off, but I think my green screen is just messed up. Okay, let me where is my Hilde list? Because let's see. So again, we're gonna try to fix this build in a couple runs really quick. As soon as I find my save as reference. Oh, where the hell did my save file go, bro? Oh, sure, I'll just use this one. Because what it's, draw 2 attacks, triple hit. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's try to get a couple chaos delegations in. Well, yeah, that's a very good point too, right? I think another way to solve it is to give us a Cassius character that's not Owen, that has a meta-relevant fortitude decrease, right? Not everything has to be morale focused. If we had a better version of Owen, which, by the way, yes, that is in the build guide as well. We already did that random ass build for Owen. If you do the break armor decrease fortitude build for Owen, but again, make it not suck, that could also solve the Cassius issue. Now, arguably, what would then happen is people would say, okay, well, I can have the max morale, max decrease fortitude, and then just whoever the third slot is, right? So it doesn't really fix anything per se, but it would give you more options, at least for a phase 1, how do we deal more damage principle, right? So, yeah, it only kind of fixes things in the short term. But again, I don't know how we ever get a 5-star Cassius unit until they do something to Cassius. Oops, wrong, wait, no, that is 8. I can't count. Sure, 15, whatever. Yeah, I think there's a couple different ways that, you know, future character kits could also... Why did that sound so loud all of a sudden? Future character kits might have something interesting as well. Hey, Blue, welcome on in. So I do have a full video up if you have questions about the Desire, either which are the best buffs to aim for and or, you know, balancing overall. But the long story short, in my opinion, is that I strongly recommend doing a 1-2 split on your cards just to make them more flexible. So generally what I will always recommend is to have like a 2 survival, 1 claim split, because that will set you up the best to have a 5 survival and 3 claim buff, which will give you a total of 7 morale for your teams. Now, you'll need to do a little bit of work to get the dots and all that stuff, but that should be fairly easy to do with the seasonal gear. To E for your Adelheid? So again, y'all, I will always be focused on more of like the E0 side of things, so I can't realistically speak to dupes on characters, so unfortunately I could not even tell you what Adelheid does off the top of my head for her E4. No, there's no more nerfs confirmed at this time, but I would not be surprised if Cassius does get some type of direct or indirect nerf by the end of the season. That is a great question, Who. Unfortunately, we don't know until we see more of Arabella's kit. So what I've been recommending to everybody is just go ahead and build out multiple saves. Don't spend your divines yet on anything, but build out multiple fracture-based builds for Hilde. And then, again, you're always going to want the Driven Hunt, and then just get a couple different variations of Driven Hunt as well. Oh, this is a new event. I'm like, I don't remember this one. And I'm too lazy to look it up. Don't care about those, so sure. I mean, whatever. We'll just get it out of the pool of items, I guess. Well, we always do get end of season, or again, end of season or start of season, whichever stuff you want to look at it, right? Like, we always do get some type of balance update. Now, normally it is just buffs, but we have gotten changes every season, to be fair. Any kind of builds for Tenebria regarding this season? She's psionic, but I mean, I guess you can use feralization on her, right? Yeah, so like Arpeggio doesn't get really boosted by morale in like too significant of a way, but it's probably still better than, you know, other stuff that you have, unfortunately, because you can still then run Driven Hunt and stuff. So I haven't built Tenebria in the new season, but yeah, definitely something that I would say is still worth doing. No, so I am. For those that don't know, I do a new Tressa deck every single season because I just really want a dot team to be a real thing. And unfortunately, the gear this season, yeah, is pretty lackluster for dot focus. So it feels like a little bit of a bait and switch that, you know, we're trying to shill this whole fracture side of being relevant. But I can't imagine that we're going to be. I don't see a world where the season 1 dot style of Tressa and just doing absurd amount of damage, right, is going to be a reality. As much as she does seem to interact with Fracture, Arabella, at least based on the current leaks, looks like she cares more about detonating a bunch of stacks, like Curse Gouge for Tressa, than actually being like an all-in pure dot team. Now, fingers crossed, Olga is good, man, and will totally make dot teams relevant, but I'm not holding my breath. Psionic character plus 3rd banner curse. It's like, you just can't hope for things. Do we have no, we don't have an upgrade yet or anything. Do I have a card I can cut to just not get an epiphany? Sure. Oh, yippee. I totally forgot to check for free stuff, which... Oops. Coin positive. Over a 80 removal. Yeah, I mean, as the old saying goes, right? Players are really good at... pointing out problems, but not good at solving them. So I am very much waiting to see what the devs do. Again, hopefully we'll get something for the mid-season update. Because again, unfortunately, and I'm really, y'all, I honest, hand on my heart, you know, all that good stuff. I am really trying to just not be such a Giga Doomer this season. But I am legitimately worried about where Arabella is going to sit as a DPS, knowing how weak Fracture is, right? I could definitely see her falling to the same trap as Serenial, who has like a really cool season because obviously they're going to shield the tenacity and all that stuff. But then like if you don't have the rest of the Fracture team, she's just going to fall off on like immediately going into the next season. So it puts us in this really weird, you know, position of like, how do they carry this mechanic forward? Because this is the first time they've introduced something new like this to CZN. So we'll see. I am worried, to say the least. Oh, 1 time per turn. I'm like, what? What is that? Calling Arabella limited Yuki? Oh god. I definitely feel very strongly that this is you either suck it up and get all 3 characters or you skip all 3. Like, I just don't feel good recommending, you know, a seasonal unit that is going to be very, very niche in her uses. Yeah, we're gonna try to reroll this like immediately. We can do really funny memes with the. There you go. So we can do really funny memes with the Resolve 2 and going up to a 20 Resolve character, but we've learned very quickly that 20 Resolve is just not good. Yeah, Hilde was great, right? Hilde had multiple builds. You know, she could fit on multiple teams. I think, like, look, if we ignore power level, right? If we just talk about character design, Heidi Mari might be, I think I said Hilde. Heidi Mari might be the best seasonal that we're going to have for a very long time. But yeah, what I was going to say is a follow-up, because I was reading Scribe's message. Hilde, though, I think is a very solid universal card, or character. Or no, we're going to go for the 4. This is good for the dot build, but not for this build. So we are skipping on that for now. And the rest of oh, it said on sale. I thought it said free again. Yeah, right. It also feels a bit awkward when we have to factor in that the anniversary is right around the corner, and the devs also said a lot of players have been asking for the character who will be the anniversary character. I have no idea what that means, or could it be? Oh my God, Lush starts with an L. Now I forget her name. It could be the church character, right? It could be we finally get another male. Like, who knows what it could be? Lunchbox. Yeah, Hilde is just Power Creep Veronica in like 99% of scenarios. There's technically 1 or 2 teams where Veronica is still better than Hilde, but for most people, you're just swapping out Veronica at this point. But yeah, Lush was the one I was thinking of. Yeah, if it's Euphemia, I will pop off hard. Really great support piece, but because she's gonna be the main damage dealer, I don't think we care about it for this build. Listen, y'all, we can still hope for a husband character. I'm gonna be so real, I don't think we're gonna get a triple survival this run. I think we might be a little bit cooked. We don't even need money at this point, man. I'm also trying to save my Chaos delegations for Arabella so I can, like, farm her builds out ASAP. Again, we need to add survival cards to the shop, man. Like, come on. Oh, dude, we still need second method. What am I doing? We have everything meditated, right? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, Big Game Ranger's still not fixed yet. The Quiver Reload, like, sure, one of these could be the upgrade. Whatever, man. Listen, your boy's gotta hope, right? There's really not a lot going on in the gacha space, so, like, I gotta hold out for some type of hope. Like, guys, like, I know he loves Digimon, so, like, it's not even anything against him on that end of it, but, like, I just saw that our boy Vulcan just went back to AFK Journey because they got a Digimon collab, so I'm like, all right, man, Digimon's back up, even though after their, what was it called? Digimon, I already forgot the name of the Digimon game that released. Was it just called Digimon Up, actually, now that I think about it? The Digimon game that launched was absolute shite, so we have to rely on a collab to get good Digimon representation in our mobile market, I guess. Yeah, I mean, hey, we do actually play Path of Exile as well. So people that have been around long enough know that I've already talked about this as well. Like, there has been thoughts that I would eventually just rebrand this channel into more generic gaming, and then my TCG channel would just be like generic TCGs, and I just have that deviation, so it's not just gachas. But the thing is, like, I don't want to rename or rebrand the channel until I actually have another game that I want to play and make content on, and right now, I just don't. So we'll see what that looks like in the future. But for now, we're kind of just vibing in oh, thank God. We're just kind of vibing with CZN. Oh, we're missing the debuff chest as well. And then, like, right, Muresi, whenever that game comes out, sure. Because I'm in the creator program for it, it'll be super easy to make content for that game, but kind of limited otherwise in terms of, you know, no idea when that comes out. Oh, how is Bleach Soul Resonance the new one? How is that? Oh, I guess we could have done the I forgot about the sure, we could have gone for like the neutral, but actually I don't want any of these, but I will just go ahead and convert one of hers because why not? No, I think I did see somebody streaming it today actually, which is why I was gonna look into it. No, Muresi's not gonna have any male characters, but I do like my strategy games. So I could see it not being terrible. I did try the Muresi demo at Anime Expo, which was pretty solid. Otherwise, look, Silver Palace, that's also on the radar, so we'll see. Digimon Up exclusive content channel? Man, I don't know. Like, I try to be as transparent, because, again, I'm sure y'all know, I have a full-time job. I'm a salaryman. I'm old, whatever. So I do care about, like, if I want something that I'm going to create content on or get sponsorships for or whatever, it has got to be stuff that, like, is not just absolute shit, right? Basically. And so I don't want to say what it was, but, like, there was another sponsorship deal that had come through. And one, they weren't paying anything. It was for what you're supposed to make and what they said, like, hey, we're going to give you this amount. It was like, so the one I will kind of name and shame here is that Raid Shadow Legends is actually really good at sniping, like, newer creators and paying them, like, 1/10 of the amount of money that they should get for the amount of work. So I'm always, like, super leery about that kind of stuff, but I got an offer for first of all, it's not like a real game anyways. It's like one of those, like, fake, you know, Facebook ad style of games. You could probably narrow it down very quickly based on the descriptor, but I'm like, okay, first off, I wouldn't want to cover your game anyways. Secondly, you're paying me piss all for having an integration for a video. So, like, no. Like, yeah, I would love to have an extra couple $100 to play Riftbound with, right? Because again, as many of you know, I'm getting back into card games again. But at the same time, like, yeah, I still do have some type of morals that are going to go into this equation, that I'm not going to just take every single bloody sponsorship that comes through. So the thing I will say, and again, this is not a humble brag, I'm just trying to be transparent about the state of everything that's been going on in my life, because there was like medical issues at the beginning of the year, all that stuff. Anyways, all things considered, I've probably turned down around $2,000 in sponsorships at this point since the beginning of the year, because they've just been for either like smaller games or very blatantly AI games that I'm not going to have on the channel ever. And if I ever have AI related stuff and I miss it, let me know. But it's just like, I'm not going to cover these. It's just like, no, I will definitely leave that on the table. So we will not be having any of that. Okay, so here's the one thing I will say about Raid Shadow Legends. If you're a big enough creator, they actually pay you very, very well. Like if you don't get like the random bullshit, like, hey, we're just trying to get a new creator, like hooked on our stuff, whatever. If you are actually, because again, I'm not gonna name whoever, but like I know somebody who has a bigger channel and has done raid deals, and they pay very well. But also, I want to give credit to Raid Shadow Legends. I get that like the fantasy setting is not for everybody, but like low-key, it's kind of a decent game. Like when I thought about Raid Shadow Legends and my perception of the game, like outside looking in kind of thing, I was just like, oh, whatever, it's a meme, get money, whatever, like get paid, sure. Who, like, right, that's always been the thing. Even on the TCG side, I was like, get your bag, whatever. No, nobody questions it, right? But like, I've actually spent a little time looking into it, and like, it's not that bad of a game. Like, of the games that I've been asked to do like videos on and stuff like that, it's probably the best game that I didn't take the sponsorship for, which may say more about the quality of the games of the other ones, but what have you. Again, all things considered, not that bad of a game. And obviously the game is bigger because they have just infinite money to throw in marketing. Okay, so the good news is we did get another survival card, finally. So again, we can just take any survival card here because we just want to get survival 3. No, I mean, the thing that I always go back to, right, is just play whatever you have fun with. Which, again, is the main reason that I just stick with CZN, is because I do legitimately enjoy it, even with all its faults. And there just hasn't been anything else that I've really enjoyed playing. Which is also why we got back into card games, because, well, one, it's just good to get out of the house, but how's this still not got an upgrade, man? I'm kind of stuck on when I can actually do content for CZN, so we'll see. Sure, man, it's better. Let's go boots. Rin is the sortie rate up? Hell yeah. Oh, thank goodness. We got our last desire card. But we did not get the copy event. Okay, so we got our desire card. We did not get the copy event yet. So we might still be cooked. So we have what, 3 devil dice plus the card for, no, it should be fine. Because with this, because she's always going to activate her attunement, right? So I think that's good enough for that one. Yeah, look, y'all, that is the best advice I can give you as someone who's gone through like multiple games, multiple content stuff, multiple life shit. If at any time that you're not enjoying something, or if you're even thinking that you're like, hey, I just don't enjoy this as much anymore, take a week off. Like, I know that's very anti-gacha, because the whole thing about gachas is the FOMO of not doing your dailies and all that stuff, but I promise you that if you find yourself kind of in that rut of, I don't know how I feel about this anymore. And if you take a week, or maybe it's 2 weeks, you know, obviously whatever works for you, it's different for everybody. One of two really important things is going to happen after you take that time off. Either you're going to come back to the game and feeling refreshed, or, and often, maybe sometimes better for a lot of people, you'll actually uninstall, walk away, decide to drop whatever that hobby is, and you'll start to notice very quickly that your mental health will be in a much better spot. Again, I have gone through that process myself multiple times over the 11 years of creating content, and then also like side stuff, like TCG related stuff as well, right? But every single time that I've taken a break, and I've been in both those situations. I've either quit something or I've come back and found a new appreciation for it. But in both of those instances, I was better for it. So again, I realize it's probably harder to do with gacha because of, well, how they work, but I do just strongly recommend, you know, if you have to go cold turkey completely, do it. You'll be better after it. But I know that is asking a lot, depending on the game, situations, what have you. Or we don't even need money, man. Why am I doing this? Oops. Maybe we can get her have a breakdown state? Nope, guess not. Nice. Okay, well, we finished all the gear at least. Is there an archive for previous seasons for build reference? Well, first off, welcome on in, Marionette. Thanks for checking out the sheet guide. Very long story short, no. Because the way that the game is being balanced now currently, because of the balance changes that happened for Season 4, unfortunately, long story short, going back to older seasons doesn't really matter or make sense for the vast majority of teams. So you're always going to be incentivized to farming whatever the newest chaos is going forward. The one exception to that is going to be two exceptions. One exception being heavy-hitting characters like Nine is still very good for Season 2 or Burning Life, or extra attack teams like Selena, who want to use the extra attack engraving of Season 3. Now, again, if we're just focused on the Ranger cards with Season 4, again, we're not talking about, we're not really missing out on too much if you just focus on Season 4 instead. Am I excited to fight a new Bug Queen? No. No, not at all. And it looks like we did get the copy event. Okay, well, sick. We just need to not crash out on the final boss. We did all the removal, right? Is this done? Draw. I guess this technically could be the draw attack cards one, right? That finished. Those are fine. Maybe this could be hit 3 instead, but I mean, that's fine as well. What's better, pulsating egg or the cube? Oh, blue cube? Pulsating egg. Flat attack increase is going to be better in the almost every single situation. The one obvious one is just if it's a defense-based character, generally they don't want the attack percentage weapons, like the Cthulhu gun or the insect piece. I totally just blanked out on what I said I was going to shop for. Or no, I'm right. Egg. Because we have an open slot. Right, we want this because it can be good at helping trigger some of the, one, triggering vulnerable is always nice for just free damage. Second method, because we're all in on extra attacks, is good. And then the cube itself is just your standard damage dealing, what have you. But if we can get the pulsating egg, then that'd be great. What about RFS? I am still waiting for the devs to get back to me on that. Because one thing we need to recognize is that either it is a long-standing bug that they've never fixed, because obviously it worked in, I think if I remember correctly, RFS also worked with ballistas back in the day. It's either a long-standing bug that was never fixed, or it's going to be part of the card template update for season, or for the mid-season patch. So we kind of have to wait to see which way that goes. And never lucky. Okay. Yeah, we do know that there's going to be ways, there's going to be more improvements coming to Sortie. They have also mentioned that there is going to be a sweep, however the hell they do that, for Sortie in the future as well. Which I think a lot of people are going to just do the sweep and then not bother. I think it's fine too. Okay. And then again, no divines, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have. Oh, I forgot how much AP this build has, man. Where's my image? Oh, did I not save it? Nope, I didn't save it. Never mind. Okay, well, we'll figure that out in a minute. Because, again, we have one more Chaos Delegation, and I need to go farm or refarm a Fracture build. And then we can test this out. So let me make sure I have a Fracture build for her. Okay, so, all right, that is the old one. So this replaces it. Oh my god, I just forgot again. Right, we weren't supposed to go for the 4th copy because I needed quick shelling for the AP, which now means I have to change what divine I was planning on these. Which is fine. We can still make it work. Okay, so this has to get deleted. It was this one, which gets, because this is homing as well. Yep. This is Fracture. Oh, I guess we did finish this. Again, I don't expect this to be good, y'all, but like, this is my copium ass build for it. That's the right one. Oh, the draw and release is wrong. That's what it was. Oh, and Big Game Ranger is wrong too. Okay, I guess we'll spend the other. What was I doing? I did survival. Yeah, Inquiry, right? Because Inquiry 5 might be relevant for Arabella. So I'm gonna take this as a screenshot really quickly, so I remember. Whoop, that was too big. Okay. So again, for those that don't know, Arabella, she's going to care about Fracture, so we do want to have the Fracture Arrow as the main build. Again, I do not recommend spending any of your divine rolls yet until we know exactly how her kit works, but if you're going to want to be like me and just start farming a bunch of like shells, as I call them, like this one, then that's fairly safe to do, right? Because it's just, you use your free Chaos Delegation on it, you're probably not working on building out anyone else until we have Arabella's kit, and you would want to have multiple Hilde saves in general. So that's what I would recommend between now and her actual banner release. Just farm a bunch of these types of decks. A couple different combinations, obviously, so you can just have whichever one's the best day one, and then, you know, spend all your other delegations to finish Arabella. How hard is it to obtain the gun plus invader logs combo? Is Invader Logs the copy event? Sorry, I guess I don't know what you mean by Invader Logs. But getting the gun in general is just not a good time. Bug accessory? Oh, is it the mythic bug, you mean? Who's the third character in the Hilde Arabella team? Is it Aurelia? So if, unfortunately, assuming that the AP works out, it's going to be Cassius. Unfortunately, your teams just start with Cassius this season because of we're in another multi-hit slop season, and Cassius is the best in slot on every single team. So no matter what, your team starts with Cassius and Arabella. So I don't know how we're going to make that work out yet for AP math, but we're going to find a way. No, we are not covering Stardive or Star Savior. I know you keep asking, and I apologize. I'm going to keep giving the same answer. Stardive I did uninstall, and Star Saviors went way too Gunnar bait for me. As soon as they introduced like the whole bridal armor break and they just went down to their panties, I'm like, nope. Too much for me, man. Also, obviously I can't stream it then, so that makes it awkward. I don't want to stream Star Savior just to get my video demonetized, man. That's like the worst update of it all. It's like the people in the Discord trying to get me to play Brown Dust 2, man. Like, look, I know Brown Dust 2 at least has enough wherewithal to realize that they have like the silhouette mode or whatever so you can still stream their gameplay, but some of these other gacha games like just don't have any common sense that like, guys, if you make your game like this, we can't stream it. Or we have to be like very careful about which parts we're streaming. Like, sorry, I'm just not gonna play the game then. Like, damn, dude. Oh, wait, we gotta reroll. Oop. Yeah, like I still like the idea of Star Savior. Like, unfortunately, and I know Vulcan has this like very same thought process behind it, is that both Vulcan and myself are, well, one, we're older, but like, bro, I just need something that I can grind for. And I think Star Savior did that very well. Like the whole what is it called? Like Inheritables. I forget what it's called off the top of my head. But like the whole training arc and like trying to min-max your characters and having something to always progress for was really a big selling point for me personally of the game. So like, I really just want something that I can, you know, sink my teeth into and actually play more than just, again, to use the Enfield example, but like other than the gacha system, and I don't want to talk about losing Triple Pity again. That was awful. But the main issue I ended up taking with like Enfield is that, okay, an update comes out, you play for like a day, and then there's nothing for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, however long it is, right? Like, I personally can't care. Like, at least with CZN, yeah, sure. And funny enough, I still have not done the story because I've been too busy working on builds, but like, you go through the story and then it's kind of like you do how much you want to do with it. So I do hope that we'll see something else like, you know, Grand Blue Fantasy. Now, that is a older gacha, but like Grand Blue Fantasy, there is always something to work towards, baby. And we could actually see something like that with Brave Frontier, because Brave Frontier is also one of the old ass games that could have a lot of grinding baked into it in the big old 2027. But yes, unfortunately, I do recognize that is kind of the, you know, I always heard the joke when I started the channel is that like gacha players don't want to play their games. And I didn't realize how true that statement was until about like 7 months in. And like, what, we're 9 months into the channel. So like, it's still something that's kind of lost on me, personally. But like, I do see it being very true. Thoughts in Sword and Staff? I have not played it, have not looked at it either. Oh, yeah, totally. Like, the actual, like, there was relevant story that would happen in the journey mode as well. And it's just like the devs actually put so much care into the individual character stories that, like, now obviously if it's like your 20th run, you just skip through it as fast as you can, whatever, but like you actually got a sense of attachment to those characters as you were going through their story, and some of them are really good. And that's another thing that you just really don't see in the space, unfortunately. But yeah, going back to what's his name, Bullet, right? Bullet was like the Star Savior creator, basically globally. Like, he was the #1 Star Savior content creator, and basically he also was like, all right guys, I'm out. Like, he is taking a huge step back from the game. So like, unfortunately, if the game loses like their #1 champion, it's usually not a good sign. Yes, I mean, some progression was better than others in that game for sure, but and again, this is all commentary that circles back to the earlier comment that I made on the stream, is that there's a very good chance that I, at some point, once I figure out what the rest of this year looks like, there is a very good chance that I just rebrand this channel to just be more gaming in general. And I know that's probably going to mess with the algorithm a little bit, but I would rather just have like a generic channel that's both gaming and gachas all in one. We'll see if I end up doing that or not. I want to talk to a couple of other people about that, but we will see. So we were just talking about why I don't play Star Savior anymore, and it's very long story short. They just went far too Gooner bait for me, which also means I cannot stream the game on YouTube. And then there's obviously a bunch of other like smaller balance things, tier list, whatever. But the game just went in a direction that was too much for me, unfortunately. Are you aware that our favorite divine waifu shenanigan is weakening the barrier around CZN universe, preventing others from coming in? Have not heard anything about that, actually. Oh, shoot. I forgot we're doing... Sorry. We're doing the Inquiry 2 Survival. I do actually need neutral divine desire cards this run. I got too busy. I got too sidetracked. I forgot to actually look for what we need to look for. But yeah, as y'all know, I got Granblue Fantasy up on the side, so like... I keep joking about it, but tomorrow legitimately might just be a Granblue Fantasy stream. I'll tell you right now. Like, I've been busy still trying to catch up on some Riftbound stuff, and also I got new accounts at work, and today was my first big. They're called quarterly business reviews. That's just business terminology slop, but it's basically like, hey, how are we doing, guys? How are you? It's basically one of those meetings. But it was my first one of those meetings with a new customer. So like the last week-ish, I've been stressing putting together this big presentation that, by the way, I didn't even get to talk because, and to be fair, it's more of a higher level meeting anyways. But the C-suites in the room just spent too much time yapping, so I didn't even get to cover my slides that I spent a whole week preparing. So, unfortunately, I didn't get to do any of the talking that I was supposed to do today for the meeting, but, you know, it's a customer that I meet with weekly, so it's kind of whatever. I'll talk with them on Thursday about the content, so, like, it's not wasted, but it's one of those things where I didn't get to flex in front of leadership, so womp womp, but whatever. I do enough at my job, man. I'm not that worried about it. Yeah, like, again, I don't want to give away too much of my actual day job and, you know, like, dox myself or some shit, but I will talk about it, at least indirectly, now and again. Okay, we need Inquiry, please. Again, the Inquiry 2 should be a lot easier to get. All right, that's a reroll. Yeah, Star Savior also kind of went in the, hey, I can't open this in public bit. But also, again, to that point, unironically, maybe the answer is Brown Dust 2 because they have the silhouette mode, because they have the streamer-friendly mode, believe it or not. You can actually stream their game, but like, man, people keep showing me like strategy guides and stuff like that for Brown Dust 2, and unironically, Brown Dust 2 might be one of the best games, like, in the gacha sphere. But it's also one of those things where it's like Nikke, right? Where it's like, everyone's like, ha ha ha, big butts, you know, big butts, big shooty. And then you're like, oh shit, there's actually a real game and real story underneath this. Like, how did this get here? Ooh, yikes, we whiffed on the survival card. Season 4 weapons for Heidi is just second method. Well, there's always a Cthulhu gun, right? Yeah, I think it is just second method. I think it's just generic shop stuff. And yeah, egg is fine. Pulsating egg is a very good choice. But yeah, just second method then, I guess. There's nothing else that comes to mind unless I'm forgetting something. I mean, this technically works for the Fracture build if we want to do it that way, but that's, like, so awkward. So, man, okay, so as I was just talking about, y'all, the reason why I say don't build out Divines, because this card could actually be very relevant, right? Like, a lot of people are just taking the draw on it instead, like the neutral draw, but, like, you have to think about this card as a way of giving you back 2 AP in your build, and of course you could divine this for cost reduction as well. So like, this is one card that I think is fine to build, but we may or may not actually end up using this once we know what the rest of her build is supposed to look like. What survival card is good for Vanguards? None of them. You build out a different base card for your Vanguards, unfortunately. Nope, just give me the money. Have I heard about Limbus Company? Yes. So the other problem for me, like, in general, is that, like, I kind of want to get into a game as it launches, because I hate the idea of joining a game late and then just, like, trying to catch up. And then, like, not having units for content or whatever reason, right? Like, again, I know a lot of people know this, but it's probably worth restating anyways. Like, the one of the main reasons that I've stuck with this channel compared to like the TCG side of stuff is that I do not spend money on CZN outside of the Battle Pass because I'm going to support the devs and all that stuff, because the creator program is very generous for this game. And for someone who had a lot of stuff happen at the beginning of the year, which is also why I dropped out of TCGs for like 9 months. What month are we in? Never mind. Almost a full year I quit TCGs. Wow. Which is the longest I've quit TCGs in like 20 years or whatever it's been. Actually, that's not true because when I moved, okay, other than moving complications, a year is the longest that I've not played TCG. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that I also don't want to just get into some like money hungry game because I don't got the money like that. I know there's always those like viral videos of, you know, bigger content creators that are like, I spent $1,000 pulling on this character. Literally will never be me, man. I am, nope, could never be me. Absolutely not. Okay, we removed everything, and I guess we're gonna keep this reroll for now. Yeah, I think a lot of people like it feels bad to join something late. Unless there's like a Giga anniversary event that like gives you so much. Then it's like not as bad. Do you only going to play? If you're just talking about like TCGs in general, I mean I do play Union Arena as like one of my other main games, but like Union Arena is not a game that you have to buy every set for, so that actually helps out quite a bit. But Union Arena and Riftbound are like the only 2 TCGs that I currently have stuff for. Boy, I love Sphere of Randomness. But we're doing our Fracture build. Actually, if this is our Fracture build, this is fine because, like, yeah, we lose a little bit of damage on pulsating, or, we lose a little bit of damage by not having pulsating egg, but at the same time, I'd rather have the AP and draw set up. So I think this is actually fine for, like, turn 1 shenanigans. I mean, we know that they said it's in the works, but I don't have, I have no strong feelings on, like, when to expect the crew stuff. I hate that it's a random card, man, but whatever. Maybe we high roll. Are you serious right now? We just finished this build. Okay, I mean, let's see if we can re-roll it just to see what we get, but feels bad, man. Yeah, like, UA has Inuyasha coming out, which is, like, the next set that I'm personally buying because I bought that forever ago. Because if you buy a case at a time, Union Arena is expensive because, like, you basically have to hit the 2-star or it feels really bad, or even the 3-star in a lot of cases, or it feels really bad. But yeah, I love Union Arena. Like, the reason why I will always say that Union Arena is my favorite game is because it allows you a opportunity of, like, hey, whatever your favorite IP is, you can just play that IP, not upgrade your deck for like a year or longer at times, and still be a fine choice, right? So for me right now, I have Jujutsu Kaisen and I have Evangelion built as my 2 decks. I'm gonna buy Inuyasha. What else got confirmed? I wanted to do Gurren Lagann, but I just don't have enough money to build that deck as well. What else got confirmed recently? I know JoJo got confirmed for Japan, which a lot of people were super excited about. I'm drawing a blank now. Oh, and Uma Musume got confirmed for Union Arena, which I know they have in Weiss, but a lot of people were happy that Uma Musume is finally coming to Union Arena as well. That was the other big one that I forgot about. But also, yeah, if you don't care about, like, if you don't care about high rarity foiling and all that stuff, like, Union Arena decks are generally, like, 60 to 80 bucks, man, for, like, a tier 1 competitive deck. It is so nice how cheap base rarity can be. No, we just have to re-roll. Yes, yeah, because we're doing, yeah, that's fine. Feels bad to pay 200 for that when we know we have to meditate a bunch of stuff, but I am gonna YOLO with it. I guess it's more important for us to fix these first before, actually, no, this is right before the boss, isn't it? I guess if it's right before the boss, we're gonna try to see if we can high roll into something else, which we can't anyways, so, okay. Womp womp. Yeah, I still have not watched One Piece outside of the live action, but I have a lot of people trying to get me into One Piece because it's just, prizing and stuff in that game is just insane right now. But also, again, like, you know, if you play Riftbound, which, again, I currently am, if you travel to big events, like, sure, there's a lot of money to be won and all that stuff, but, again, I don't have money to travel to events right now. Like, right now, my biggest thing is trying to see if I can somehow make it to Tokyo Game Show so that I can do more coverage and try to get more sponsorships. Like, any amount of money personally that I make through this channel or extra money that I get, like, just literally through my day job and put aside, I am trying to reinvest back into this channel just from where I'm at and where I want to plan things out. So Tokyo Game Show is obviously not cheap to fly Tickets were 1,200. I think they've gone down a little bit since I last looked when I was looking it up earlier today. And so I did, actually, I wonder if it got updated today. I did pull a signature Soraka from the, for Riftbound, and I sent that off to grading. So if I get that card back in time, oh, wrong. Why am I going to my mail? I can just go to Beckett. My hope is that I can get that card back in time and sell it so that it funds the trip to Tokyo Game Show. Because again, right now I just don't have money. I don't like that full trip would be like, you know, $2,000 basically. Okay, yeah, it says label printed but not shipped and no grading score yet. So we will have to wait and see what it comes back as. Oh, Leona main, nice. And yeah, that's the really cool thing about Riftbound. Like, I've only been playing for 2 weeks now. Or maybe it's been 3 weeks. I forget exactly. But the cool thing about Riftbound is that, like, I haven't played against the same legend twice until last night. And yes, part of that is everyone's trying to either game the best of prizing or people have just their mains that they're gonna stick to through and through because of League or other connections. But I really love that it creates such a unique local play environment that everyone's just having fun playing their own champions, where like other card games, you always run into like the same 3 decks. And it's just so boring. Like, new set comes out, people figure out the 3 decks that they want to play, and then that's all you see for like 3 months, right? That's kind of another reason why I got tired of TCGs in general. So Riftbound has just been a very, very nice breath of fresh air for a lot of reasons. I mean, Ignition is also really, really good. I do like this one. Again, we don't have the draw advantage for this, but I think this is fine. I think we can make this one work. I think we had enough draw with the other cards. Where are we? Oh yeah, we do actually, right, we whiffed on the survival card. We do actually need a survival card still. All right, cool. So one more inquiry and we will have this one done. But yeah, so fun little lore fact. I used to do Legends of Runeterra content on my TCG channel. So Aurelion Sol is the big one that I'm waiting for. And I'm currently playing Diana. Although I'm likely swapping to Mel for this set just because of how insanely strong Mel seems. All of those are unfortunate. Hey, Kahong, welcome on in. Which part of that conversation are you referencing for the disappointed part? I'm not sure if that's a question about desire cards or if that's a question about like random TCG stuff that we've been talking about while farming this build. Oh gosh darn it, the first option was an inquiry card. Never mind. Never didn't have it. We're done. Boop. I think we fixed our epiphanies too, right? Oop! Do we have a... Ah, gosh darn it. I forgot this was the... There we go. This Divine's kind of whatever for us. I need to start another gold bar raid. We have our card done. Okay, I'm not crazy. We did finish it, right? Okay, so we just need to re-roll. Oh, right, I forgot that we got the copy event. So this is unfortunate because I just remembered we can't, if we're going to keep the Quiver reload, we can't keep this version of survival. So this basically guarantees that I have to use the flash reroll, which is not what we want to do. So I think this is, this build might be a little bit of a lost cause, but at this point we might as well just finish the run anyways. But yeah, Teemo's pretty fun. That is the one thing I will say about Riftbound is that like there is a lot of fun Legends to play, but I definitely do not have money to buy all the decks I want to play right now because like Thousand Tales Watcher is up to like 40 bucks now or something for a rare. Nope. I mean, that's just one example. I have a buddy who's gonna let me borrow some, but like the Kennen deck is like 500 bucks now. Like it's just ridiculous. I guess the play here is to try re-rolling one of these. All right, it just does not want to let us re-roll anything, I guess. Like, I guess we'll finish the run to finish the run, but I don't think there's anything of note for us to say for this. Yeah, more survival events, please. Did get Fracture there at the end, but I think this is just going to be a full reroll anyways. I mean, this might give us one more reroll if the last one's also... Oh, I guess never mind. Yeah, it's going to be that. 213, so yeah, not enough. 280, damn. Unfortunate. I guess hope we copy this. Maybe we re-roll a piece. The thing is, like, if I'm wasting resources in trying to like fix the divine or fix the base epiphanies and stuff, right? I should at least keep going until we have the Cthulhu gun. Like, this is not really a save file worth editing and spending that much black mass on, right? Like, this is a just go farm more, just go do another chaos run, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, all right, yep, that's just all poopy. All right, well, I guess let's see how much, I think we're stuck just using that other build then. Which means I need to spend some divine rerolls to fix the other build. Oh, I just realized we never got a second method either. Yeah, all of that is just cooked apparently. So, actually, did I? There we go. Yippee, and there you go. There's the, you know, proof that I always buy the battle pass. Support the devs, yada yada. Do I have enough for like a free pull? Or I guess no, that was the first one. Dang. Yeah, I recently learned about Pack Ezreal, which was I wish I didn't find out about Pack Ezreal because that is absolutely something I would consider playing. I am unfortunately that menace. But I also think that fosters like a very not fun local environment. So it's one of those things that like I don't really want to bring to locals, right? Like even though Diana and Mel are like very good decks, they're at least interacting with the game in a way that is like a fair way to play the game, right? There's a lot of spell stacks. There's a lot of just like fighting over might at battlefields. It is at its core the way Riftbound is meant to be played, to use that term loosely, but it's at least creating an environment where people feel like they get a good testing experience and they've learned something from that match, right? Whereas if you're playing Pack Ezreal and you go, oops, discard your entire hand, and now I'm just going to slowly grind you out of this game. One, not only does that feel bad, but two, they're not really learning anything about like the core mechanics of the game and how to like really play Riftbound, right? It just, yes, it attacks the game at a different angle, which was why it's good, but it just is not fun to run against. Right, yeah. And so I could just always get second method, but like again, I'm in a spot where I want to have a good base deck to work with before I go waste a lot of resources. Yeah, Pike does it too, I know. Am I using the save, I guess? Yeah, you know what? This is fine. Let's try to build this. Because I need to see all the teams built. I need to see the full team build so I can do the math before I forget. So let's go to, or I guess let me... And let me grab the vertical stream real quick. Okay. So let me reset all this. So we're going to do this. And I already did this once, but I don't know where the hell my team build went. All right, well, she's easiest to build, right? And don't shoot me because I'm just going to grab the first desire card I see because I just want to... I'm just trying to mark this as a reminder that we have to pay 1 AP. Do I think we'll get mythic equipment cores in first anniversary? Oh, you mean for like, for save data editing? Like to get Cthulhu Gun and stuff? Probably not. It'd be cool though. It would be nice if they just gave us like a freebie. Again, one of the key pieces of feedback that I gave them, and this goes back to the rebalance issue. What I would love to see them add instead, much like the Omega Codex, where it's like a 1 per season thing, I would love to see them give us a item. And yes, just by nature of the game, unfortunately, it'd probably have to be limited to once per season. But I would love for them to give us a item once per season that is just a, you make any build you want, period. You use the item on your character, and you get to pick every gear, every card, every divine. It is just like your god roll item. Now, again, all things considered, you would only want to use that if like you knew exactly what you were missing for a team, right? Because even if you were to get the perfect save for one character, if your other 2 characters in that team don't synergize with it, then you've wasted your item effectively. But I think we can all agree that, yes, we recognize that they're working on Sortie, and there are improvements coming to Sortie as well as this sweep, but we still need more editing in our save data. And not just our save data, right? I think we often spend so much time focused on farming the decks, which again is a core part of the game, so I understand it, but save data is not the only part that I'd love to see some adjustments for, right? Where are our memory fragment editing items, right? Holy shit, do I have some memory fragments I would love to reroll 1 substat for if at all possible. No, I absolutely have the elixir issue as well of like, I have not used any of my selectors. I have not used my Omega Codexes, any of that. So like Summoner War gems and re-app stones. I apologize. I have not played Summoner Wars since it launched, actually. That was one that I checked out very briefly, 8 years ago or whatever it is, but I'm not familiar with what the game is doing now. But again, I think we can all definitely agree that there needs to be more editing. And again, whatever. Call me a Smilegate shill or whatever. I'm just sharing what's already been shared, but I do want to give the devs somewhat a benefit of the doubt because we do know that improving Sortie is top of their list. It was literally in the stream to kick off the season. So I will give them time to introduce those updates, kind of reevaluate where Sortie is at. And then after that, if it's still bad, I'm going to complain about it. But for at least right now, I'm going to give the devs a little bit of grace to see what they have cooking, and then I will give my feedback accordingly. But unfortunately, I think we're a little bit away from, you know, that part of it being relevant. Oh, what did I, why do I have an alert? All right, sorry, I don't know why my notifications are bugging out. Okay, there it goes. Cool. I did not miss anything. Gems changes substat, re-up stone, reroll all substats. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, I guess more of the just the gem one, right? So just like having one, especially with these characters that are extra attack focused, because then keep in mind you're going to want crit chance, crit damage, extra attack, and now technically for Hilde, you're also going to want damage over time. So I'd love to fix up those a little bit more. Okay, we gotta math this out, right? Because you're going to be this, nope, this. Actually, it's resolve again. I'm going to use the upgrade because I'm lazy. Oh my god. Her upgrade literally does not matter for the sake of what we're trying to do really quick. So, draw 2. Technically ignition because, sure, this is going to be... Or no, wait, hold on. Now I'm confusing myself because we don't have ignition on this one, right? That was the other build. No, we're on double draw for this build currently. So this is the wrong one. So draw, that doesn't matter. Vortex arrow doesn't matter. And then 4 homing. Okay. Oh, right. I gotta throw another desire card in here just so I remember. Sure, that's all correct. Okay, so how much AP are we spending? So this is gonna be all. So this is just 1. So 1, 2. So we are only allowed 5 AP then. Right, nothing else. This will be neutral after the turn. -2 plus 4. So +2 plus 3. Okay, so we have 5 AP to work with, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need at minimum 2 neutral APs. Which means we always want to put them on our draw cards because that would be in case we like brick our draw or something, right? We can't make this one neutral. So we do want to go for cost reduction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the rest can just be... Oh, can't even upgrade this. I guess technically we could put a morale on this one, but that's whatever. I guess we could just do the draw for the other ones. Kind of unfortunate. The rest of these just aren't really exciting. I feel like we're not going to run into draw issues with this deck. But I guess it's that. So at least like one will draw the other, right? 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, no. Ah, shoot. This is why we always have to do this. I forgot her survival card. Right? So we need 8 AP, not 7. I knew I forgot something. Whatever, I'll throw that in. Okay, so... this does not work then. So... do that. Now, again, there's always the argument to be made, like, sure, maybe we lead one of these, then we get our AP back, that's fine, whatever. We don't really want to count on that. We want to make sure that we just get our AP where we need it. What'd I just say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we're at 7. So yeah, we need one more cost reduction at a minimum. And if we're trying to optimize this, we'd actually want to take 2. Because keep in mind, we're going to be using Full House on Cassius. So there's going to be turns where, like, we might not have the AP to cast a Hilde card so that we can generate another Full House to then hopefully draw into, like, our Source of Waters, which will give us more. So this is definitely not going to be, like, fully min-max, but I think this is, like, as close as it's going to get for now. Yeah, so yes, we could have done the pyramid, but then we get more damage off of the cube, right? So there's a lot more testing that I could do here for like a pure min-maxing standpoint, but notably, I just want to get this build done so that I can do just do a video on it. Sick. I love it when it works off the first reroll. It's not quite what we wanted there. Beautiful, beautiful. 2 reductions already. Unfortunately, we're broke. Oh, yippee! Oh, what is Rin's buff, by the way? I meant to check it earlier. Add 3 hits to Dark Mist Secret Art Black Dance. When in Dark Mist Dance, plus 30% critical chance and 60%. I guess I don't remember what... I don't know her kit well enough to know which one that is, but... because, spoiler, she's still at... baby levels. Oh, it's her, mythic. Okay, so it's just flat up her payoff ability gets an extra 3 hits. That's gotta be good for a sortie. Holy shit. Yeah, I do know that she was like a favorite very early on. I'm just at that point where it's like, I gotta go back and like level up everybody. Like, my goal was to get everybody to 60, but we're fighting demons trying to make that work at this point. Oh, sorry, hold on. We were trying to fix this up so we could go into tower. Oh, wait, no, we were buying... we have to actually spend our black mass, I forgot. Hopefully that is enough. I really got to go farm more black mass, I guess. Patents. That one. I said 2 on these arrows, right? Yeah. Yep, everything is the same. Otherwise, you know, I'm gonna do it on one of the duplicated because I can. Why not? That is definitely not what we want for that. Combo kind of works, but it also doesn't. But for the sake of my Divine Cores, I am gonna potentially leave that. I will one day get to go back and do bullet builds, but this is not those, that is not that day. All right, this is a bit cooked. Please, I am begging you. Oh man, all of this just to have a not great build get a proper showcase. The nightmare is ongoing. I mean, yeah, it's basically just grind it out best you can. I recommend a lot of people to do 65 just to build up your chaos skill tree, and then you can go into 80. But like, I just do Sage 0. I'm not about trying to like min max every single run that I do out here. Like, you do get more black mass for completing higher stages, but the extra headache is just not worth it for the vast majority of players. It's more of bragging rights. The same reason why you don't farm difficulty 12 while farming save data, right? It's just not worth it. Again, cool for bragging rights, but nothing that you're actively in the mood for. There we go. Okay, you know what? No, I'm not even wasting it. That's fine. What are my suggestions for improving sortie mode? I don't have... Okay, so, like, the mode itself, I think is very good. Like, I don't have any feedback on, like, the actual game that you play, right? Of course, the feedback otherwise then comes back to, okay, well, how much black mass are we getting? Excuse me, and how expensive are the items out of the shop, right? The only thing that I would change realistically about sortie is giving us more rewards for our time spent. So that's not really that's not like a sortie mechanic change. That's just more of a, hey, we need more bang for our buck, right? Okay, did I actually finish these? I did not finish my morale. Yeah, I don't think we're realistically, now that I know how terrible the build is, I don't think we're actually going to use this one. So I think we're just going to rock it as is. Yes, the rest of this is fine. And I guess I should technically match my other ones. We gotta put Bob back in the middle. I kind of forgot about Bob and the other ones. All right, let's drop him in. There we go. Now I know that this is all of the right... oh, I don't have... Oh, you know, that's Nyx, right? Okay, yeah. Like, hold on, I didn't have my Nyx equipped, but we definitely do. And memory fragments is what I meant. And everyone should have their memory fragments. Now, again, hers is just basic, but Cassius does have the card generation, which is relevant. Cool. Okay, so this should all work. And what time is... Oh, I guess it's, oops. Do I have any coffee left? No, I do not. Oh, sorry, I forgot we did not go back to the full screen yet for these. There we go. Now that's working. So, welcome in, Max. We're gonna do a little bit of a time check here. We're a couple hours in, so if you haven't already, make sure you're taking care of yourself. Make sure you're staying hydrated or drinking coffee or tea, what have you. I am going to go grab a... What am I gonna go grab? I have my water still. I was gonna say a Sprite, but I don't actually know what I want now. Anyways, I'm gonna go grab a quick beverage of some kind, really quickly. So if you haven't already, take a quick moment. Again, grab a drink, grab a snack, take care of yourself. When I get back, we're gonna be showing off the Immortal Cassius build, as I'd like to call it. This is going to be basically an update of our previous Immortal build. for Season 3 and is like the hyper carries to make the tower even easier. So we're going to see how this new build holds up, or, you know, is it still going to be, you know, just use your Season 3 build and everything is fine. Again, the biggest kind of issue here is being the changes to Torture Toolbox getting a pretty significant nerf, coming out of last season, which does bum me out a little bit. But we are going to be giving the survival a swirl here, see if we can somehow make the 7-cost version work, and give some final thoughts on this build, and then maybe have a video on it tomorrow. What's today? Tuesday? Yeah, maybe have a video on it tomorrow, just talking about it and kind of what I'd hope to see from the Desire cards and all that stuff. But we will see how the testing goes, right? You know, a lot more to be determined. So give me a quick moment. Give me a quick moment, and we'll be back in just a second. Again, grab yourself some water, and then we'll dive into the tower. So I'll be right back. All right, it was calling my name. I love my lemon Pepsi. All right, but yeah. So again, we did just talk about this build. Again, this is going to be the basically the best attempt we have at making Survival 7 not suck, is what I'll say. But again, we'll test this in a run, see how it goes. And again, we didn't spend every divine we could have, so there's gonna be a little bit of a less power, but it'll be close enough for the sake of the testing where it's at. And I also stole we have free snacks. Also stole some Cracker Jack from work, so yippee. Also, isn't there a prize in these? Is there a prize in the smaller bags? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, don't go on full auto, please. That's gonna screw up the build. Lift and peel. Sorry, I'm a child, so I have to go see what our prize is really quick. If I can open it. Pitch a perfect game. We got a silly little sticker, man. Oh, there you go. All right, it's still backwards, but there you go. That is my prize. I got a sticker, I guess. Ask a friend or yourself this or that with the 2 choices above and below the sticker. Then enjoy the sticker. Next, this or that. Popcorn or peanuts? Which do you prefer? I'm a huge popcorn fan, actually. Is there like a second? Okay, no, it's just a sticker. Anywho, I don't need to mess with that right now, but okay, so turn 1, we just want to play out our upgrades. We are going to go for full house always. Again, this is the most busted there we go. Most busted card for Cassius. You can use 111 in some builds, but that's just much more of a niche scenario. And then, okay, sure, we're going to get our double Gilded Nest here. So we're not fully ramped up, but you can already see that these are going to give about 100 shield per activation. Then the Scorches are going to get online. This one is going to give us 200. And then because we've been ramping up, you'll see that this is actually going to have that 220 times 2. So we're at 312. And then we go up to 686. Now, again, we're not fully built up, but you have to keep in mind this is not really a shield-based team, so it's something that's going to improve as we actually get up the rest of these cards from our deck. Use Mika to trigger our full house. So again, the biggest thing here is two parts. One, you want to make sure you always cycle your cards in a way that gives you the full house to draw through your deck. But then also, before you start using your quiver reloads, you also want to make sure that you've played through all of your damage increasing abilities. So we need a Mika card and a Hilde card. Unfortunate, but we do have a full house to try and get him a Mika card. There it is. And this should be our last full house for the turn. And so there you go. That is why Cassius is so good, because we have the morale reduction on the enemy that we were not able to take any of the damage there. So, uh-oh. Okay, well, I didn't want to kill him off that, but there you go. The real downside in trying to set this up is that sometimes you just accidentally kill the enemies. Yeah, so again, we haven't been able to actually set this up properly yet. Now again, we're going to be using our survival cards here just to try to get up as much shield as possible. Again, gives us a full shield here, which is really nice. We're going to use Vortex Arrow to hopefully draw the rest of our deck. Finally got out the other upgrade. Again, wanting to play all of our other cards first. Unfortunately, they're going to die here, but you can start to see, like, this is the type of hand that you want to sculpt at the very end, because we also want to try to get the most amount of damage from our Driven Hunts and then go into our full combo of all of our other spam. So, unfortunately, he's just going to die here. So, in this case, we just want to make sure that we are saving a full house trigger. So you can see up here by Cassius, we have not triggered Cassius yet. So this is where you want to know how to play full house, where, like, I could just cast the Devil Dice here to go on and clear the stage, but instead I want to try to save this so I have an easier time to access full house on the following turn. So instead, we're going to use the Hilde card here and cycle through. And thankfully, the cost reduction did not matter for us there. Now, unfortunately, that might loop into a bunch of cards for us, but again, we're going to go through this naturally all the same. Play out our full houses, get our combos going. This might be like the first turn where I actually get to do everything properly. But this should be our last full house, if I've been counting correctly. All right, this is why I wanted to get, like, higher into the tower, because this guy is still dying way too fast for us to do the full rotation. Please stop dying. Okay, finally, we got to do... Okay, so there you go. You can see that we have 9 resolve, which is not the... where is it? So, again, it's important to understand all the different buffs we have, right? So we have Fortitude 7, thanks to Cassius and the survival buff. We have Resolve 9, which is going to give us plus 180 shields. And then our morale is lower here because I haven't finished, like, all the divines and whatnot, and all the min-maxing. But once this is fully optimized, this would also be at 20. But again, this is less about the damage side of it and more about the how much... I guess, sorry, we had one more double dice here. How much shielding can we get, right? And so now this is at 280, and you'll notice that we actually go up to about 1,200 shield. And sure, you get a little extra damage, as I mentioned, but otherwise kind of whatever in the bigger picture. Now, the downside is we're only going to get about 200 to 300 shield on the following turn, but it does provide us with a little bit extra effective health, which is the important thing with this build. But otherwise, again, we don't really want to spam our arrows until we are fully buffed. So we are not going to use that, even though it does have the cost reduction. So again, sequencing matters. Looks like we're not going to be able to get our other shield up in time. So we just want to get our quest completions. He's going to do less damage because of all the buffs. I totally forgot we gave that one card combo, which is why it keeps activating. So we have Cassius and Mika that we need to activate. And again, just trying to quickly go through the full rotation, make sure we get our triple quest completion per turn. Because as a reminder, that does give us 3 extra morale, which is super important. Okay, so now we are out of all of our buffs and other stuff. So at this point, it's just, hey, we play out our hand for value. So I guess I should have done the Driven Hunt there, but I knew it was going to do a lot of damage, so I didn't want to pop it right away. And then, so what's interesting here is that one of the other issues I take with Desire cards is now you'll notice that, oh, I'm only going to have 900 shield because keep in mind, when you're generating a shield, it's based on the defense stat of whoever is casting the card, right? So whoever triggers the last survival card to go up to 10 stacks counts as getting to cast the card. So on one hand, it's cool that this is going to do a lot more damage, but it's not going to have the same shielding value that our other cards just had. So it's really what makes this a very awkward card to try and sequence. You just have to use it? Have to use what? Complete the forming of a battle. Sorry, what am I looking at in that screenshot? Okay, I mean, like, you know, probably 10,000 damage when we have full buffs and what. That's not terrible. Oh, so sorry. Using a manifestation card 1 or more times. Damn, of course. Womp womp. So, yeah, it makes sense that they make you do this build. But yeah, I mean, between the morale down and everything, like, we're definitely not worried about our health. Okay, so, like, all things considered, I think the shielding is lower than what I wanted, but this is still working how I wanted it to work. Oh, did I? Hold on. I think I missequenced something there. Oh, do you mean metallization? Or which part of Amiric's kit? I mean, the big takeaway here is just like, you know, trying to get a little bit more value out of the desire mechanics, but still a little bit lackluster compared to like getting the extra 4 morale from the other builds. We're gonna see how far this can go in the tower, though. Well, this is definitely a bit unfortunate. Ah, whatever. Yay, there we go. Get a shuffle. Ah, damn it, there's another source of water that we drew into. All right, all the same, we're gonna cycle through here enough, I guess. I just realized I still have not gotten his quest card online. Oh yeah, I definitely have like talked about how I want to make this a 20 resolve build to try to work with Maribel and revisit the OTK Shelter Strike video I did back in season 2, I think it was. Survival could actually be good for that. It's just like, I know not a lot of people cared about the Maribel video last time, so it's awkward to try to make another Maribel video, but I think at a high level, the information from like all this testing is still worth, you know, shedding the light on. Oh yeah, God, we don't even have our 0 in yet. Okay, there we go. There's our full house. All right, it took forever, but we're getting there. Well, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Bro, we're still going. What's my thoughts on the rerun banner? Who is rerun up right now? I think rerun banners are a bit of an odd spot, right? Because like everything goes into the standard pool anyways, so like you could just get them accidentally in the future, while also assuming that we'll get hoping that we'll get another selector for the 1-year anniversary. So at least as of right now, I can't recommend anybody pulling on the rerun banners. Yeah, and Adelhai with her blessings would go crazy with all the extra resolve. Oh, is it Chizuru, right? Yeah. So again, 700 odd shield. They deal 0 damage. Okay, I think we've played all of our upgrades at this point, so I feel like I'm safe. Okay. All right, well, let's do a quick animation spam and go wash my hand off really quick from the Cracker Jack. All right. So we have full house. So Cassius, Mika to start our full house loop again. I wish there was an easier way to see our control stacks as well. Okay, we're not getting any of our extra shields here, so sure, I guess he's gonna deal a little bit of damage to us. Shout out to all the Scorch that just popped off, I guess. Well, we found our pocket of arrows, I guess. Why am I generating extra AP? What did I count one too many? Just realized we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I did miscount somewhere along the line. Now I think about it. One, two. Why do I have 2 extra AP here? Oh, yeah. This probably triggered and I missed it. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. All right. Again, unfortunate that went to the wrong character. Riven Hunt, Resolve. I'm not gonna be able to build up my full shields, it looks like. Although, again, unfortunately, like, he is getting in the way of what I want anyways. And then we need a Mika card to play here, which we don't have. Alright, so we're gonna Vortex Arrow, I guess, to see if we can get a source of water to get him another morale reduction. Actually, I guess the shielding would be better, right? Anyways, it's not a lot of shield, but... Oh, never mind. Get morale decreased. Play a Cassius card here for the full house. Again, we're just trying to loop all of our buffs first. Don't want to burn out all of my spells here, but... Oh, I guess that is everything at this point, so sure. Yippee, go spamming. And our zero in is also at 60 stacks, which is nice. Let's do it again. Oh, I forgot I have to end turn for the zero in. I mean, like, look, I know 100k per turn's not like the biggest number right now, but like that much survivability with 100k per turn is not bad. I guess it's probably closer to 120 if we finish the build. That's fine. I don't hate it. Ooh, boy. All right. Losing Vortex Arrow here would be kind of bad. All right, there we go. Come on, draw me 3 good cards. I mean, Shuffle gives us more life here, so that's fine. Oh yeah, I forgot that it has Fortitude on it because we never re-rolled that either. Sure, man. Oh, we're still missing 2 upgrades, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, this is why I love her kit as much as I do. Like, the fact that it just allows you to offer so much extra draw baked into her kit while still doing good damage is quite nice. Oh, sweet goodness. Lucky for me, that did not kill him. Because now everything should be online at least. Gotta play a Cassius card. Cutting Loose might be good on the build with Amir and Maribel. I don't remember what that is off the top of my head. Apologize. The character with the best long-term value will be Olga. I sure hope so. I really love her design, man. We'll see what ends up happening. Again, so always trying to combo our cards here to get the most value out of Full House. And then we can throw a Driven Hunt in there just for extra damage in case we hit more of our foes. And we are out of, I guess we're out of cards, but it doesn't matter because we've already gone past the point of Cassius. So draw, 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 draw. Yeah, so I've talked about before, but like this is one of the builds where we'd actually want to swap out our upgrade to be the 3 morale card instead of the upgrade here, but it's something I wasn't going to go over the top and spending divines on and stuff. Oh, this guy's going to get real nasty on me because I'm spamming a bunch of skill cards. Yep, there it is. 1, 1, 1. Play a shield. Play a shield. Play big shield. 549. Oh yeah, this dude's not even hurting us anymore, actually. Because again, don't forget, thanks to Cassius, we're always getting the triple morale down. We have our resolve, we have our fortitude, wherever it's at. All right, man. There you go, 7 fortitude. Look, the build's not flashy, but it works. The fact that we can just, like, full tank this guy, no problem, is pretty nice. 140 shield, discard a ram attack card for 140 extra shield. Depends on what attack cards you have to discard. Could potentially be good, though. Is Serenial good this season, or is she phased out? I mean, anytime that we have a tenacity bar, Serenial is going to be good. But unfortunately, the bugs don't have a lot of tenacity built into them. I definitely feel like you can still make her work on some teams, though. Still drawing stuff. One of those times where I like randomly want an arrow to activate just so I can get my next full house. Oops. Need to make sure I don't missequence anything here. I guess we only have like one draw sequence here left, so sequencing shouldn't actually matter all that much. Oh god, I forgot that as a combo again, dude. Okay, no getting around that, unfortunately. Because technically these are all dealing less damage than I want them to. Whatever, let's just put extra arrows in. It's more damage for the next turn. Trigger full house. Oh, I just realized what boss this was. My bad. I guess that doesn't realistically change anything, does it? We need a Mika card here. Going to cheat a little bit just to try to get her draw 3. Actually, just the draw 2 is fine. There we go. Loop back to the Mika card, which again is going to give us some morale down, which is really important. We're going to get our shield up again. Trigger that on the right character, thankfully. Again, we want to save Driven Hunt for the main boss, so we got to kill us ad with little stuff. Perfect. And now I can do Driven Hunt and just go full combo nonsense. Alright, well. Let's go! Arrow spam. So again, the important thing to note here is that we still have over 1,000 shield. And we have just taken negative damage from everything in the tower so far. Like, yeah, all right, man, I guess it works. Like, it's definitely less damage than last season for this particular build, but it's way safer, I guess. I don't know that that matters. But again, the key point of this was, like, how do I make a build that's even easier for players to clear tower with? And I think we're there. I think this is about as, like, you know, as good as I can make it sort of thing. Oh, I shouldn't shuffle away Vortex Arrow. Shoot, I should have used the Vortex Arrow, then shuffled. That might have been an oopsies. That was definitely an oopsies. Oh, well, whatever, alright. My bad. My bad. I do not have this build fully done in a deck code yet because I was just testing the desire cards. So I need to go back through and because I also just realized I have to change a couple cards because we're short on morale now. But I want to clear through tower just to verify that it works, and then there will likely be a video tomorrow with the finalized min-max builds and all that stuff. But for sure, a little bit more work for me to do. And again, like, I just wish Scorch dealt more damage, man. Okay, whatever. Just try to knock him out here. This guy really trying to hold on. Oh, we still have one more upgrade we haven't played out yet. Dang. Oh, dude, this whole time we haven't had Dice Trick either, of course. I guess the question becomes, too, is, like, how can I fit this team in with Arabella support, right? Obviously, we lose out on the extra resolve by Mika, but I wonder if we can find a way to make the AP work out. That I do not know yet. Again, it would be really nice if we actually had Arabella leaks or something so I could plan ahead, but oh well. I guess, sure, double full house here just to get some cards moving. Sure, you know what, let's do this and then Vortex Arrow to try to clear it that way. I was hoping Vortex Arrow could kill the lower HP guy, but ah well. Fae is a lot of fun, but my goodness, having to sit through like a billion Heaven's Falls just kills me every time. And also, like, I say that as this nonsense is going on, but it's like the same thing as Heaven's Fall for me, right? Where it's like, all right, man, I got it. I got to go through all these attack animations. You know, we'll be here for a while, but we'll get through it eventually. Oh, I think I just goofed my sequencing, didn't I? We need a Oh, yeah, we had a Cassius card. Oh, we had the survival card we could have played. Oh, never mind. We still get our shield. Okay, cool. Oh, he did 0 anyways because the morale down and fortitude. Yeah, dude, like the fact that we also get Cassius's morale decrease at the same time. Oh my god, where's the buffs? At the same time as the fortitude built in, like, I just don't know how you ever die with this build. So I guess the more I think about it, like the extra fortitude is really doing a lot of work here. I guess I was curious about how much damage he was going to do on the following turn, but... But yeah, I mean, I can say that we just, like, have not really ran into any issues yet. Oh yeah, and straight gives fortitude as well, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, and these guys are just straight doing no damage, man. So we need a Cassius and a Mika card. that works. That is indeed a Mika card. We do need to play a Hilde card for our last quest completion. Then from here, we should be good. Yep, okay, so that's the max amount of cards for us. So we're gonna do our AoE spam. Cassius, just get the other card out of our hand. Play our plasma arrows. Going up to almost 1400 shield this time. Again, not fully buffed, just what we got. Probably should have used a Cassius card or something here to cycle through, but... Oh boy, can't wait to talk about another broken build to get Cassius nerfed again. And again, keep in mind, this build will work with any third character that you want. But again, we're at like 12 resolve. 12 resolve, 15 morale, 10 stacks of fortitude. Dude, like nothing is hitting this. Nothing at all is hitting us. And then sure, all your random dots of agony and scorched and whatever. Ah, sure, I'm just gonna burn this. Oh, there's our Driven Hunt. Sure, that'll do it. The survival cards are giving us shield. The Gilded Nest. This build has been my work in progress of like, how do we possibly make desire cards good for their payoff? And this is about the best build that I could come up with. And as you're seeing this happen in real time, we're just taking negative damage. Oh, I just spilled my mints. That's unfortunate. Uh-oh. Boy. Oh, it's a lot spilled. Oh, shit. I'm gonna step on one later and be like super sad, but 5 second rule or whatever they say. There is no saving grace with control, unfortunately. It is the worst of the group by a mile. Play out our shuffle, see if we can get more cycling going. But yeah, these are the again the shield cards that we were talking about. So everyone's already acted, so we're gonna actually just use Hilde here to pop it. So again, we can either choose to get slightly more damage or slightly more shield out of this one, but it deals like not terrible damage at least. So I personally ran like 3 in mine, I think, just to try to get more damage, but you know, your mileage may vary, sort of thing, with that one. Is there a good Tressa build this season? We are in the wait for Olga room and pray like hell. That's where we're at, unfortunately. Oh, he's giving Scorched as well. I forgot. Oh, I guess we never did finish Cassius's. We did not get the cocoon cape on him at all. Oh, right. I was like, dude, what is giving us the fracture? It's draw and release. I remember now. Bolus, how have you been, brother? Yeah, this character, this whole season, they've done some very interesting character animations. To put it lightly, for sure. Why are my full house stacks not going up? Oh, there it goes. My animations were catching up still. I didn't mean to give her the... Did not mean to give her the card again, but whatever. We can rebuild it. I checked the Mirabelle, they have Divine AP to move exhaust cards. Does that work for the Desire card? No. No, because the Desire card is only ever going to be in your hand or go away after that. I guess that's not... actually, does it have Ephemeral too, or does it have just the... Well, that took a lot to get to that point. I say, actually, on second thought, good question. I do need to check that really quick. We do not have a Cassius card, unfortunately, to play. How have I so... Wait, how did I not trigger it that turn? I guess we're at... Bro, where's my stacks of Desire? Oh, it went to 9. Okay. It has only exhaust? Okay, well then yes. If you discard it randomly, you could move it back to your hand, but I don't think that's like a synergy I would try to pull off. You have problems with critical rate? In what way, Alden? If your slot 4 memory fragment is set to critical chance, I mean, you'll be in a pretty good spot. Like, 60% crit chance is generally what you want to aim for. Alright, I need a Mika card. Right on time. Oh, and then she does that. Rude. Okay, that into another Mika card, but I don't want to spend 3 AP to get there. Gross. I mean, damn, just like killed all of our draw for the turn. Okay. Okay, there. Now we're back to normal. Another Gilded Nest because we can. Devil Dice, play out our full house, play our 000 because we played no spells at this point. Definitely think we're good on the shield angle because some of it's going to retain at least to the next turn. Okay. Spam out the rest of our arrows. And then hopefully the 0 in will be enough. Oh yeah, the 0 in will definitely be enough. We're at max stacks here, thankfully. I can definitely see why 0 in was capped at 60 though. Oh, it's everybody's favorite testing dummy, I just realized. right, yeah, sure. We'll spend the Driven Hunt here early just to make sure that we get the full value out of its effects. We really need a Cassius card to loop another full house. Not getting a Cassius card, unfortunately. Okay, again, try to save our arrows until we're at max morale. Do a source of water. Yeah, unfortunately, more of our arrows are going to get spent here. Full house. Double Gilded Nest. Just for funsies, we're going to add Cassius into here. 2 triple zeros is definitely not what we wanted, unfortunately. Yeah, 800 damage is not anything to write home about. Oh, we had one more bump we could have used. Gosh darn it. Yeah, and our morale is not capped in this build yet either, so... yeah. Unfortunately, like, we don't have full ionization. We didn't have our support buff here, but... that still gives us 60 sacks. I mean, we're at 1,500 shield, which is really nice. So, yeah. I think this is definitely, like, the good enough. Now, here's the problem. How do we build up enough in time on this sequencing? Like, this is where we'd want the extra quest completion or something, right? To give him more morale down and stuff, so... we can do Cassius, which is going to trigger the morale down plus fortitude. And yep, looks like he is going to hit our HP, unfortunately, because we didn't get enough actions to get our next shield for 400, right? Which would have been nice. Yeah, E6 is, I'm sure somebody has a crazy build out there, but it's not something that I will personally go to. Finally got our Driven Hunt forever later. See, we've drawn through the deck at this point, so it's more just spamming out what we have left. Likely not going to have enough damage to finish off the boss here, but... ah, well. Like, we don't have full ionization again. Our morale needs to be updated. That is a lot of agony trigger, though. Good lord. This. Oh, I should have counter actions there a little bit more carefully to see if we can get another defense down. So again, this is the main issue. Like, if we would have had our desired payoff card this turn, it would have been a lot stronger. But unfortunately, he is going to be able to hit us for quite a bit of damage. So again, a turn slow, which would have been another 300 odd shield, it looks like. Or if I ramped this up with her ability, yeah, you know, it would have been close to like 400. So you get the idea. Sometimes if the enemy is still attacking quickly, you're still at like a bit of a disadvantage here, but still more than enough to get through the content, it feels like. And again, I know 20% shield retain might not feel like a lot, but it still gives you, you know, enough shield going into the next turn, which is the important part. Or those turns that you pop off like the 1500 shield, like we had, returning, you know, 20% of that gives you a very nice shield in the next turn. This is a little bit of a bummer. No draw, no nothing here to help set up for our turn. Ah, sure. Again, not who we really want triggering that card normally, but oops. Unfortunately killed the wrong one there, it looks like. Okay, well now we got our quest completion mechanics, so we're gonna start getting the morale decrease as well. Yeah, I don't mean to be a broken record here, but it really feels like the key takeaway from all this is just like, congratulations, we made Cassius even more broken than what he already was. I love how we got almost 60 stacks of 0 in right off the bat there. Okay. Shuffle just to get out of our hand, I guess. Last Nebula Distortion is up. Yeah, I want to test this a little bit more, just like against harder bosses in the tower, and then we'll go see the Nebula Distortion boss. Actually, how are we doing on time? I got a little bit of time left. Again, not getting the person who I wanted to use that shield, but it is definitely something. Okay, so where are we at for? Man, maybe like I don't know what 2-cost card we would want here, but like maybe there's a 2-cost card that we can cast to make straight really good. I guess you'd have to keep in like Whirlpool, right? You'd have to keep in Whirlpool and then try to find enough AP to cast Whirlpool as well. That just seems like a lot more work than I want to invest personally. Again, I think we're very back to the point of calling it good enough. Oops, no, we need a Mika card for another full house. It reset, so Cassius, Mika, that. Like, yeah, that sturdiness is annoying, man, but not much we can really do about it here, so we'll cast out what we can and call it good from there. Oh wait, what do we draw? We're really trying to go out the distance on this guy. Okay, I don't know why that didn't just let us skip. Need a Cassius card here to trigger full house. Nope, so we're just gonna use our free draw 3 to dig us out of this. We got a Gilded Nest, so that will work. We don't have another... Oh, yeah, I guess we do. 432 will definitely be more shield for us. And there you go, taking all zeros again from the damage. Sure, I'll just fire into the other one. But... All right, well, that should be a playthrough of the arrows again. Just have to wait for all the animation spam to stop and catch back up. Honestly, I forget what floor we're even now on at this point. Oh, there you go. We get straight anyways. Love that for us. Again, should have used that first. My bad. Let's try to start. Oh, wow. I actually thought those guys would die. I thought they would die. Off that. My bad. I forgot where we are in the sequencing. Scorch for everybody, apparently. Alright, I need to let my hand catch up so I can actually figure out what I need to play out here. Alright, play out all that. Go this, play out a Driven Hunt, which will give us another full house. Actually, we already overdrew everything anyway, so sure. And then just rip off all those cards. This feels like the whole Lightning Dingo situation all over again, and just like, I can't listen to that arrow just go nonstop sicko mode. But again, big takeaway here is that, you know, doing okay damage, but importantly that we just have what feels like infinite buffs. To make sure that we're not actually taking any damage. I feel like 6,000, he's just gotta die super quick. Oh, maybe not. Another combo to draw us a bunch. All right. Yeah, I would say overall it's going very, very smoothly. What is that? 140? Okay. So there's only two more waves left then, actually, which means we're getting close to the point where I want to like make sure that we save it for recording. So, let us go fight. Nebula Distortion. Elasticity. Sanguine Thorns. Decrease damage amount of single target attack cards by 30%. Bro, come on. That's just annoying. They're like, hey, please build Fracture. Like, bro, I get it. Where is... I'm just going to build out the same exact team because I know we need it for the achievement, and I'd rather just have all of this together. Like, again, it's not going to be the best build for this Nebula Distortion because it very clearly is shilling AoE style of characters. So, like, grab your Calipes and what have you, but we can put this under a good enough. Can Starlight and Dreams Fragment that buff counterattacks and extra attacks stack? I don't believe they stack. Actually, good question. We're only using combo on Quiver because my Divine did not roll reduction. Combo on Quiver technically can brick your sequencing, so it's not exactly ideal. Okay. We have to Vortex Arrow here to try to draw into our AP generations. Do I have a gold bar raid left? I do not have any gold bar raids left for Granblue. Damn. Alright, well. I guess we're just gonna eat the bleeds here. Hello? Oh, there we go. Target that one, I guess? I don't care who I got to target, man. Let me beat up whoever. Oh yeah, we didn't even get our upgrades yet, man. Oh, we still don't have our quest. Oh, there we go. I mean, yeah, who cares about bleed if you just tank it all, though, right? There you go. I forgot we're still drawing cards. Oh, we slid a one more upgrade in there. Holy hell. I'm not even paying attention here to sequencing because it's only 3 out of 9, so it's not a big deal. Like, I just know they're gonna die here eventually by me playing cards. Yeah, there you go, Cassius. MVP right there. Bonk. Okay, let's continue to stack this up. I mean, I guess I could just use the damn Fracture build I have. That's not done, but at least would play into the mechanic. But at the same time, I will just play through what I have. Again, I'm sure Fracture goes crazy, you know? Okay, whatever. We get our dice trick upgrade, which is nice. Full house here, so we can get our sequencing back online, which is, you know, ideal. Oh hell yeah! I got another fire summon in Granblue Fantasy. Let's go. They're gonna hit us, so sure. I'm gonna play out all of my Source of Waters though to try to ramp up my shielding a bit more. We're gonna go big boy shield, I guess. Oh, we finally got our upgrade for her too. My bad. Did we already play? What are we at? We're only at 7. What did I miss? Oh, there we go. There's the Driven that was left. Is there another? Oh no, there is 2 more Source of Waters. I'm not crazy. Like my count here is a little off. All right. Well, 240 is best we're gonna get, I guess. And a super fat 0 in, by the way. Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, again, a big part here too is like if we could just have the desire card trigger at the start of the fight, I mean, it would do us a lot of favors. The fact that desire cards have these off turns like you're seeing in this very run makes them just a bit more of a feels bad than they ought to be for being so hard to put together and streamline otherwise. Also, if they're gonna like count infinite here, like the fact that you just get to do your full combo every turn is pretty free, pretty great actually. Because now, like, I really don't care about how much bleed I end up drawing into if I'm gonna have a big shield by the end of it. I'm hopefully gonna have a big shield by the end of it. Oh, well, okay. We drew both of our Gilded Nests there, important note, so we would have been able to get a good... We would have been able to have a big shield that turn as well, which would have means we could just tank every single bleed card that we were drawn into. Yo, Q, how you doing, brother? Welcome back. Welcome on in. How's your season 4 treating you? All right, now the real test. How much can the immortal build save us? Again, even if it's incomplete. Forgot how to drink there for a second. Like, who am I getting to target here? Man, not getting to start Pop-Eyed Popper, you know, really hurts. All right, let's just trigger our desire card, try to get a little shield going. Oh, thank goodness, we have enough here for Dice Trick. Again, the extra AP that we're getting from, oh, I should have done this too. The extra AP that we're getting from, you know, killing ads, I definitely see making it a key focus here in the Great Rift as well, so. We definitely love some extra AP generation. It's just going to be a little bit awkward on how they make that work for the Great Rift. And again, you shouldn't plan builds around generating extra AP or needing the extra AP, but chances are we're going to see this bleed mechanic take a role in the Great Rift, which would make this accessory really important, right? For those that don't know which accessory I'm talking about. Just the fact you can get one extra AP and put it on every single support, you can clear a couple extra bleed cards per turn. Maybe it's relevant, maybe it's not, but it is what I've been telling people, just to get these two combos together on every support, like we have on our Mika here. Nice. Yeah, Hilde is just like an upgraded Veronica, right? So she's been a very welcomed addition. We do have some sequencing here. Oh, it's just all arrows. Oh, that's fine. We'll just burn our shuffle. Whatever. We got to get this out eventually here, so. Man, that Thorn's coming back to get us kind of good. I don't think the draw actually does anything for us here, but we do get to play our last couple, or we cycle back to our Gilded Nest, I guess I should say. Oh, we had more cards left than I thought, apparently. What the hell? All right, well, I horribly miscounted all that, but I don't think it's going to matter bigger picture. So, again, I think there's a key takeaway here, too, that's like, we're showing in real time just how awkward ionization is, because we're going to kill this boss at full difficulty before the ionization can actually fully ramp up. So, like, yes, there will be, like, the Great Rift where ionization matters and is good, but for, like, anything other than Great Rift, ionization is, like, is kind of not... I don't want to say not good enough, but, like, it doesn't do as much as you would think. Well, all right, there you go. There's the 9 out of 9 clear. Yippee. And there you go. There's the manifestation of desire that we were talking about, that you will have to actually build a desire card. Where is my... where's my right tab? There it is. Only hitting... but only hitting around 100 credit damage per turn. Any unit through tower with this new Cassius plus Mika combo. Boop. Okay, so where does that leave us? So that was that. There's nothing else that... because Great Rift is still next week. Yeah, it was just Nebula Distortion, right? I didn't miss any other updates. All right, so I guess the question then... I gotta do this story at some point. Oh, shit, I keep forgetting about this, though. Damn it, Dude, what did I miss again? Activate the Inquiry Synergy at 7 or higher in the Chaos. Oh, you have to do it during the Chaos? Whoa. Yeah, I was a bit disappointed by Grand Arrow, I'll admit. Like, it's cool if you want her to be closer to, like, Veronica's Ballista, but it just feels a bit more limiting. Especially when you're already going to be working with characters like Cassius to do all the morale boosting. You'd rather just have multiple of the arrows to increase the value that you're getting from morale. Okay, my bad. I guess I gotta do Inquiry 7 challenge. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. So, okay, so what we need to do then is we need to actually figure out what the math for this build is gonna be, because we definitely want to optimize this. So let us... Okay, sorry, I have to forget to change it in OBS again real quick. Time for the boring... Time for the boring theory crafting and number crunching and all that stuff. All right, so we want a new tab because this was the other stuff. Let me just make some blanks. Let's grab... Okay. Immortal Cassius Carry. Oh, I forgot to take a screenshot of, like, what that value was. Oh, I didn't take a picture. What the hell? Did I put it in Discord? I put it somewhere. Okay, I don't know where I put that image, I guess. No. Nope, that's the other one. That was for the reminder of what we were building. Okay, whatever. I'll just take a different screenshot. It's fine. Okay, so what we need to do then is we need to go look at CZN meta builds. Go back to this. Okay, I guess we need to fix these as well so that, like, if I take a screenshot of everything, I have the right actual cards. Because people are going to be like, well, what do you mean that's not the survival card you picked? Like, yeah, I get it. Close out of this, close out of this. Because, I mean, at this point, it's going to be for the sake of the video, just to have everything, everything nice and neat, have build codes and all that stuff. What card was it? Oh, Gilded Nest. And then you are also going to get Gilded Nest. Okay. How do we do all of this? There we go. Now I can actually see everything together. Okay, so we are getting... How much is it again? We are only getting... Yeah, we're only getting 3 morale. So... We're going to add like a side note here. Oops. Focus on hitting 20 morale cap. So this will be, I guess I'll make this centered. It's fine. So, right, we're going to have 3 from this. We're going to have, I forgot where I saved the screenshot, so I'll just gonna grab his screenshot again. Because people always forget about his potential. This is like the number one question that I feel like always comes up. I wish okay, now I want a better screenshot of this. This looks like shit. Something like this, I guess. That's like more square, hopefully. Okay, yeah, that looks a bit better. It looks at least a bit more uniformed, as it were. Okay, so that gives us so that's gonna be 6 off the bat. Okay, I gotta remember what the rest of this is. So, nope, wrong one. Oh shit, do I have 2 of these open? Okay, hold on. Close out of that one. Okay, so yeah, all right, let's first off change everything, right? Because this has got to be... Let's do, like, the... Let's just do the neutral build first, right? Of, like, here's what your standard morale stuff would look like. And then remember where that puts us. Because this is one... right. Because we want this to have morale and resolve as well. Because, again, resolve is very relevant for our build. Which means we would then want to put the other one on... this. So... I'm gonna... Or no, I can just add it from here. The potential is a limit of 3 because in season 1, Cassius got nerfed to how many times you can complete his quest. So Cassius every turn is giving you 3 morale, 3 fortitude, and morale decrease if you have his ego skill on the enemy. Survival is giving you an additional 3 morale, additional 3 fortitude by default every turn. So at base value, you have 6 morale, 6 fortitude just by playing the game, as we would say. The thing is, I have to remember, because this is only giving us 2 resolve this way. Let me... Whoop, that was not what I wanted. Maybe I'll do it like this. And I'll just have to, like, add a note like this. It's not pretty, but... or, you know, let me do it this way. 3 morale, 3 resolve. Fortitude. Because this way, I think it'll help if people start to see how all of this is stacked up. Or I guess let's put resolve on the bottom. Or no. We want fortitude on the bottom because that's one that not a lot of things are going to stack up to. So this one's 3 morale, 3 fortitude. And I'll just add a little times 3 here. Which I'm sure is going to be confusing, but I can explain it in the video. How to make 0 decks? Lots of upgrades and good removal. But the way, like, the best way to make 0 card decks is to not upgrade characters as soon as they come out, because you don't want to take their first potential, and then you can, like, remove cards a lot easier. So not a good answer, but that is how other people do it. All right, so we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 morale. And 2 resolve this way. So how much is that? That's 6. That is 17. 6, 17. Oh, that's unfortunate, which means we have to... Yeah, losing the 4 morale for the other buff does suck, doesn't it? But that gives us how much? Oh, you know what's extra annoying about this is that this doesn't work if you want to, like... You have to build 2 different Cassius saves then. Ah, this sucks. Okay, so to really min-max this, you're going to want 2 different Cassius saves and 2 different Mika saves. That's kind of balls. Oh, these are gain AP, not draw. I did the wrong... Hold on, I did the wrong divine on that anyways, didn't I? There we go. So I guess the reality here is that, like, we could lose an AP. If we lose an AP, though, that means that we're going to be at... We're only going to have 3 AP to work with our main team. That's not a lot. But, like, that's probably still worth it, bigger picture. Right? Because if we don't copy this... What other upgrades do we have this season? And also, because like, here's the thing, right? You could always put an AP neutral card on whoever your main carry is too. What is the least extra damage percent stat is the lowest for extra? What is the least? I might just be tired, but if you could reword that one for me, I would appreciate it. Right. I was gonna look up the upgrade cards. Actually, can I sort just by season 4, or is that just only gonna give me the other stuff? Oh, sure, right. You have this. I know a lot of people have taken. What can go on this again? Can we get? No, I guess it is just one morale, one resolve, no matter what. That's not exciting. Two weaken doesn't do anything. Yeah, unfortunately, I think you're just supposed to like double up on this if you want to go like full stats. Oh, okay, I have not done enough testing to know like what damage break points are for extra attack characters and all that stuff, so it's not something I've delved into a lot. I do more of like the theory crafting and helping people with various builds side of things. Yeah, I think unfortunately you would have to do something like this. And then how much are we at? So it'd be 3, 6, 17. So the upgrade alone gets us to morale cap, which is important. So these could all stay resolve. So then we get an additional 4 resolve. Yeah, that should be correct, honestly. Oh, I guess, we can't divine. I guess we could change this to resolve 2. And this would get 1 morale this way. So we have, oh no, because that's 19 then, right? What did I just say? So 6, 17, we need 3 morale. Damn, we're exactly 1 morale short. But I mean, like, you get extra resolve this way. It's like, do you want extra resolve or do you want to be one over cap on tactical analysis? 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 11. And I guess there's always Dice Trick, right? Who is going to give you potentially a straight as well. 4, 6, 8, 11. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 7 resolve that way. I feel like you do just give up You accept that you sacrifice a single point of morale to double up on resolve. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I said three morale, right? No, 2 morale. Which then will give us 19 morale, 9, 12 resolve, 6 fortitude. Oh, that did not move everything up, unfortunately. There, let me just do this. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess that's as good as that gets that I can think of. Again, the important thing to note here is that, you know, you don't have to cast the desire cards every turn if you don't need the shield, but because we're on, again, let's like triple across the board, the 3 AP is just going to pay for the desire cards every turn. So you're only going to have 3 AP to work with for your main damage dealer, which may or may not be enough depending on the build. But I think for 3, we could like make that work. Because what is she at? She's at 1, 2, 3. She's at 4 currently, but we could like put another AP card in here. So, I mean, there's a little bit of ways that you could min-max this for sure, depending on who actually needs to deal damage. Like, honestly, I do not remember how much... this is not a finished build. I do not remember how much AP I was using on other characters. She's a bad example because she has a bunch of Link stuff. Call and response. I forgot how much Arpeggio uses off the top of my head. It's 0, 0. So 0 cost, 1, 0, 0. So full Arpeggio chain is only 1 AP, if I remember correctly. Also, technically, if we're talking about Tenebria, the whole point is that like you get to keep basics in, which means you have all the extra AP in the world and you don't have to worry about the min-maxing anyways. So she would kind of get around this whole issue that we're having around the extra AP to begin with. Who's another example, though? Diana has a bunch of discard, like non-discard. Haru doesn't really count. 9 is special. I guess like Yuki, but I don't have that Yuki build done. Where's my... this was... Yeah, so these are all 0. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess... So Yuki's a 3 AP. That worked out, actually. Huh. Okay, maybe 3 AP is actually good enough. So I think this build would be the most optimized version of it. Again, assuming that we're trying to think about the most amount of damage while also giving us a lot of buffs every turn. And if you only need 3 AP, I think this is definitely a good spot to be. Let me go run this in the other room real quick. I'll be right back, but I think this will be good then. Again, I don't have enough divines to go fix all of this for like a proper showcase, but at least the spirit of the build is there, and then this should be good enough to take any damage dealer through the tower with like these 2 as a carry. But give me just a quick second, I'll be right back. I guess on that note, I probably should also include like Rita. Like, I don't know if it's more likely that people have Cassius or Rita, but I know some people are gonna be like, well, I don't have the Cassius I need. So maybe I'm gonna make a note. This is gonna be a tomorrow me at this point, but also include Rita build. Like, what other neutral carries do we have that could also work in this slot? Like, I think it is just Rita and Cassius for our morale carries. Where is my tab? New... Oh my god. Where's my tab? Pull up CZN again. I just want to, like, try to build these at the same time. So, Rita... God, I do not remember the build off the top of my head. Okay, I just gotta pull it up. So this is the real reason why I had the build document, because there's all these like fringe builds that I just cannot remember. But I have not built this out properly, so I want to make sure I know how much morale it's gonna give me. So it'd be like this. This becomes the triple morale into... Okay, we do not want to see sortie. You could stack Agony, I guess. I forgot that the divine on this is just not good for what we wanted, unfortunately. I mean, damage is damage, right? That's always good. I mean, I guess just vulnerable for the sake of it. You cut Future Decree, you cut Time Paradox. This is the draw 3 one. Yeah, draw 3 2-cost cards. This becomes the morale, and then we have 160 points. Again, these just don't need... They don't need vulnerable, man. Where is... There it is. So 3, 6, 9, 10... 12. So this is 14 morale. Which is technically on par with Cassius, but less survivability. So whatever that's worth. What did I just say? 1, 2. Okay, hold on. No, we can do better than... No. Hold on. That's not... We can do better than this, right? Because that's 40 points, man. There's no way that's right. Or I guess you can't copy it, right? But you can just add another. There you go. So do that instead, right? So that would be an extra 4 morale. So that'd be 18 morale. Oh, man. Again, the downside here is like you're not getting the draw. You're not getting the extra defensive measures with Cassius. So, like, Cassius is still going to be better. But, damn, this is about as good as it's going to get, man. But what if no Cassius? One, two, three. Yeah, 3 morale's cracked. So 1, 4, 7, 10, 11, 13, 15, 18. Okay, yep, 18-3 is correct. You do not get survival cards at the end, no. AP heavy. Don't forget that Rita casts her own cards for free. Wherever my... And just because I have it up on the screen, right? Like, this build is in the build guide document. So again, this is just a quick reference, but the whole point about Rita is that she gets to play her own cards for free after your initial setup turn. So if we're just trying to... If we're just trying to maximize our morale, I mean, that's just about as good as it's going to get. Because unfortunately, like, we have to otherwise rely on Ray, right? So, like... right, if we go really deep in the weeds here... Oops. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Oh, I screwed up something up here. I removed the wrong card. Anyways. And again, we don't want Predator's Blade. How many? That was 1, 2, 3, 4. Remove this as well. So then, depending on, like, how lucky you can get in a run, because, again, it is just going to be purely luck because you can buy it out of the shop, right? There is a real world where you could probably end up with, like, 3 of these on a single character. And then have, like, just these to, like, round out. So, this upgrade does not matter. Where's, like, 1 or less? Sure, right? Then do this. And then do something like, honestly, you just probably take the morale here as well, right? So, like, what does that give us? So, 1, 2, 3... And this is 9. So, like, yeah, big difference there. But, like, you can start to get creative with it. And notably, so, like, what's really important to notice about this build with Ray is that after you cycle everything out, it would be a 0-card deck, right? Because everything either exhausts or is a upgrade so that you would be cutting down significantly on your deck size. So here you have the ability to, you know, you're only getting 9 morale. But the advantage here, of course, is that the deck is going to be thinned out and you are getting a little bit of extra damage off of, like, your Resonating Darkness and stuff still. So not the most exciting, but, you know, maybe worth its own call out just for the sake of, hey, everybody has Ray, so it might be the only option as, like, your more free-to-play friendly side. And again, keep in mind, all of this is working at E0. There's nothing special otherwise to consider. I just try to be as, like, you know, newer player friendly as possible. I gotta move this up. New player friendly as possible. Also, what am I doing? One of these should be this, right? For the... Ay. Because this just gives you more point value, right? Let me fix my own build that I was just about to reference. Only one survival event? Was that a manual run or a chaos delegation? Because again, if it's a manual run, don't forget, just look for every single event node that you can find. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay, so 10. So yeah, this gave us an extra morale and a extra resolve. Or wait, no. 1, 2, 3. Wait, how did I get 3 resolve last time? Should just be 3 resolve. Resolve here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 resolve. Sorry, 10 morale, 3 resolve. Okay, there you go. I mean, I guess there's a world where you try to, like, double up on Instinct Resonance, but that feels bad. I mean, no matter what, you're trying to, like, fish for legendary cards here, which feels awful in the shop, so, you know, take that for whatever it's worth, but... But yeah, I think this is as good as it's going to get for us. With these two builds, I mean, like... obviously, the... Oh, did I use all the... Wait, 180. What I... Oh, I put the Divine over here instead of Dice Trick, sure. Oh, you know what? My bad. We can make this better. If we go for the neutral, right, that does give us extra morale, which means we can change... Oh, my God. Okay, so this would be... Because, again, we have more than enough draw at this point, right? So we can afford to have this be the other Dice Trick. I've talked about this previously, but... It's just a way to get a little bit extra morale. So, 2, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11. So this would be 12. This would be 14 morale. And 1, 2 resolve still. Right, which means we would not need this divine. Ah, can we move a divine somewhere else then? Or no, we just make this one resolve, right? This... Okay, now I remember what I did last time. This becomes a resolve. Is that what I did? Oh, man. So 2, 4, 6, 9, 10, 13. One, 2, 3 resolve. And this is 2 morale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 resolve. 6, 19. Ah, we're at 21 again. Man, it's like no matter what, we're at 21 or we're at 21 or 19. What other AP? Retain, draw 1 card. Nope, none of those other divines really work out for us. Oh, you can just change... Oh, no, because that's 19 again. We could change this to resolve 2, but then we're short 1 again. 6, 19, 21. So this becomes like resolve this way. This goes back to being morale. And then that should be 20, right? 2, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, only 2 resolve though. No, that's not right, because this was 3, 4 resolve. Okay, so that's 6, that's 18, so we need 2 morale, which we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 resolve. Okay, so this is correct. So, okay, we did get 20 resolve. So 20 morale. 20 morale. 11, 14 resolve. Okay, we fixed it. 6 fortitude, plus 3 AP. So that pays for all of our desire cards. Cool. Okay, that is correct. That was a pain in the ass. Okay, I don't like the way that looks on this. So let's go back to the other view. Can I like zoom in on these to not be so... Ooh, that doesn't look good either. So again, I think this is something that I would only recommend building, assuming that you're like really struggling with tower or like you really just want to run a lot of guys through the content, but this should be pretty safe otherwise. And then again, the goal here is to go with survival, survival 7. Technically, this would work with a survival 5-3 build, and you'll have to like change around some of the morale, but for the sake of my sanity, I'm going to say this is good enough. There's not a good way to put... okay. I'm just going to delete this. People can just read the images. Anything else that is sticking out to me? Because, like, triple checking my numbers here. Like, I'm gonna work on the video after work tomorrow when I have, like, more of my sanity put together, but... Otherwise, I think this is pretty good. And then I'll just have, like, a... section for these two. Okay, let's do one more tower floor really quickly. And I'm going to save the last tower floor for, like, the video itself. Go into sortie, or not sortie, simulation, the other S. Boop. Okay. We will... Okay, well, opening up double of those without any other draw does not feel great, but Dice Trick is the more important one. And that pays for itself. Was really hoping we could high roll into another source of water there. clear out all of that. Okay. I mean, this is still the main issue, right? Like, you have to play out all of your upgrades. And we haven't found our quest yet, so this is also super awkward. Damn, we can just not get our quest set up in time. And now I feel like I'm discarding too many cards to cycle through. Yeah, go homing arrow, I guess, man. Holy shit. Nice. And we do draw Cassius, which means we're gonna get our quest completion. And you can see immediately how much less damage we're taking now. So in that case, okay, now I can play out all of our upgrades, no big deal. Oh, right, we still have to actually play the damn upgrades. More morale decrease for everybody. Oh, gosh, it already has Agony on it. I mean, it's gonna die anyways. Yeah, and again, I want my tower clear anyways. I just want to put it into like the highest difficulty just to show a run at the end of like, hey, here's how it gets through on damage and stuff, right? But again, I think that this build is largely, it should be good enough for any combatant to come in and use this strategy. Now, we are a little bit lucky that Hilde is just giving us a lot of extra draw, but you can fix other characters to make sure you have enough draw, but Cassius's full house has just always been goated and just continues to be the real MVP. But like, otherwise, I'm just gonna keep spamming quest completions until these guys do like negative damage against us. There you go. So, okay, so even our lowest shield gain turns are still giving us about 1,000 shield, which is not bad. I will say the only downside is like I can't make this a full auto build because I'm sure this game is not going to sequence it properly, but that would be like next on my list for sure. Oh, we need a Cassius card here. Okay, unfortunate that he attacked before I got, like, my shields up there, but... That's where you just tell yourself, like, hey, I'm just gonna heal a bunch instead. And everything's fine. Because again, even with the decreased healing, right? You see that we have a debuff on us. Like, it's still going to add up to enough over the course of the turn. There we go. And exactly enough AP just to play out everything that we have. Now, again, not doing as much damage as I would like. Because the build's not finished. But, I mean, good enough for the sake of this showcase. Keep going, please. Zero in couldn't crit for us? Come on, man. Boo. I forgot where we were in our full house sequencing. That's my bad. I think it was Mika left. Cool. Okay, so now we do want to cheese this a little bit. That we want to play all of our sources of water just to make sure we get our maximum amount of shield possible to go into the next turn. And hopefully don't accidentally kill him. Okay. Feel like we're in a good spot for that now. Yeah, I need my big satisfying zero in numbers. How could they do this to me? Okay, well, cool. I love getting a straight off the bat, so we're taking actually 0 damage this turn. Need to play a Cassius card to get another trigger here. Hopefully draw a Mika card. Do not draw a Mika card. All right, gonna do our big Vortex Arrow instead to try to draw a Mika card to trigger Full House. Ah, we found all the cards. Okay, so we're gonna trigger Full House, get another quest completion here, and we should be safe. There you go, all zeros. You can just nerf the enemy's damage into exactly nothing. You are Driven Hunt. Play out all of our quivers, and that should be the full deck. Hey, Skylar, welcome back. Honestly, it depends on if you're going to want to play Arabella or not. I'm really curious to see what her full kit's going to actually look like. Don't forget, there's always 1 day of overlap between the last banner being live and Arabella's banner being live after patch. So you can just wait until like next week, Monday, to decide if you want to pull on the character or not. All right, Zero in, please crit. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes lucky with the Zero in. Yep, perfect. Need a Mika card here to play up to get our shield. And there you go. We're gonna have a full block here now and feel pretty good about it. I simply choose to not take damage. So surely there's gotta be some more Devil Dice left to get more damage going here. Don't mind me just like killing the client here. That sturdiness, though, my God, really starts to add up. All right. So we gotta be careful about our sequencing here because we do want to make sure that we don't take the full damage from that guy. We need a combo. No, that's not combo. Shoot. Looks like we're only gonna get the one quest completion. Mika. Oh no, we'll get 2 quest completion here. Nice, and there you go. We're actually gonna top deck into our thing, but he's already dealing 0 damage. So perfect. We got big fat shields. We have enough buffs, and he's just not doing anything to us. Love that. Oh, I guess just for the sake of it, I should use her abilities. Maybe a little bit late for that discovery, but... we should definitely have enough to draw through the deck, though. And again, having full stacks of ionization would certainly be nice, but we just kill things too fast for ionization to really matter in this context. Yeah, we've already drawn 8 cards for her effect either way, so... All right. Just fire off some more arrows here, see what we can line up for the next turn. Could have used her weakness attack and other stuff, like, sure, but... Again, the key point here is I really don't think that we're in danger of dying anytime soon. Once again, so I will say, like, unless I'm missing it up here, I would like a easier way to see how close we are on our desire trigger. Which is 0 currently? I know we just played it, but yeah, I think we're at 0 currently, unfortunately. Yeah, survival is at 3 now, so we're definitely not getting our buff back this turn. So we want to get a Cassius card. So again, he's dealing 0 damage again because we still have all the debuffs on him. Yeah, okay, we're not gonna get the other... We're not gonna get the other cards to save us, I don't think. I'd love to draw into the other Gilded Nest just to have that big shield gain again, but... nope. So we're just gonna do another quest completion, try to take no damage from the other guy. Yep, all 0s across the board. Love to see it. There you go. There's the other shield, but yeah, just again a look at what we have again, right? It's just we have the resolve, we have the morale, and then we have the fortitude actually for the minus 120. So we're just able to fully block out all this damage. We're using Gilded Nest actually as like our main card here to make it all happen. Which, if we go another turn, you'll see that card again. Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate because this is like not a YouTube build, right? Like, no one's really gonna care about this. It's not doing like, you know, big meme numbers or anything, but it's just very, very good. All right, well, this guy might actually just die anyways if the 0 in crits. Yeah, unfortunately, my tower build from last season was so broken it got Torture Toolbox nerfed, and I have a pretty good feeling that if I do this video, Smilegate's gonna be like, hey man, can you please stop that shit? And they're gonna nerf something again. But we're gonna save the last floor for the video. But yeah, I feel pretty confident this is like the best tower build out there. I feel pretty good for where it's at. Again, there's more optimization for us to do, but the biggest thing from this point is, you know, one of the saving graces that we have is that Hilde by nature has a lot of extra draw in her kit, so I would definitely have to think about this a little bit more on how you fit this into other combatants. Again, the fact that Cassius draws 3 extra free cards is great. And I've made builds like this work for other combatants previously, so might take a little bit of min-maxing and moving some things around, but I'm pretty happy with the testing and kind of where everything is landed. Now, like, Again, obligatory disclaimer at the end of all of this, testing and reviewing and what have you. You know, do I think desire cards sorry, let me be very clear about wording. Do I think desire payoff cards are good? No. I think this is ultimately still a very niche look at how do we abuse Cassius in the context of Tower and Survival 7 buff. Outside of that, every other team is going to want to do 5 survival and 3 claim. That is still the meta build. That is still what I would recommend. But the fact that we have been able to get like really good shielding out of this card, it definitely turned out to be a little bit better than I thought it would. And if we were to go the distance to fully min-max out this build that we just talked about, 30 minutes ago, I think it could be decent. But again, the only place that you're ever consider using this is the tower, and it's going to be a carry situation for whatever character you want to go get their sticker for. So I think for that reason, it's fine. It serves its purpose, I guess is what you would say. But, is it flashy? No. Does it have like really cool sequencing or playing? Not really. It is just, it's just vanilla, right? It's just a solid flavor, gets you what you need, makes you feel satisfied, and gets you your sticker at the end. And sometimes that's all builds need to be in CZN, right? You don't need to always have the big 1.2 million damage Heidi Mari build that we did in our last video. Sometimes it's just about good clears and going on with your day. So yeah, I think I'm good with this. I forget what my day at work looks like tomorrow. I'll try to get this video out tomorrow after work and before stream. All I have to do is like write a short script and then record the run, I guess. I don't know. I got to think about how I'm going to even do the video, but what other thoughts? Yeah, I don't know. And again, because you're able to stack up, the 20, what is it? So the final total again for everything is going to be 20 morale, 14 resolve, 6 fortitude, and 3 AP every single turn. The fact that you're still able to stack up the 20 morale means that this build works for every single combatant except for like 9 and Haru, like don't really get the most out of it. But both 9 and Haru have ways to work their kits with this build and not be like a major detriment. So, like for example, 9, you just want to go into her fighting spirit. So you can do triple fighting spirit in a turn because you still have 3 AP to use. This build probably goes crazy as shit with Ironclad and getting the massive shield gain. Now that I think about it, this build is actually really sick with Ironclad. But 9 was kind of already good, right? Before any of this, you probably already had an Ironclad 9 build that was already clearing tower without any help. But sure, I guess this is like an even stronger build of that. And then Haru, if you don't have her E2, you just want to go for the pulverize anchor build and loop it back that way, which is totally fine too. So combo is the one I'm thinking. Streak. There we go. I'm gonna think of the right wording. The streak ×2 hit anchor for Haru works really well at this build because you have the 20 morale and you're still getting that multi-hit nature. So like you can make this work with those guys and just be totally fine. But yeah, I don't know. Pretty happy with where it ended. There's actually a lot more synergy than I thought. Getting all the fortitude is extremely busted. I don't know enough about, I would have to test this more to figure out how fortitude works, but like, I feel like one of those boss hits should have hit us, but I feel like the fortitude is just completely negating the damage. So we'll see. Maybe that's more testing I need to do before meetings between work and all that stuff, but that is a tomorrow me problem. So for those that are on Twitch, thank you very much, everybody, as always, for stopping by. If you haven't already, and if you want to look forward to seeing this video as it goes out tomorrow, If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that subscribe button. If you're on Twitch, make sure to drop us a follow. Like I said, very excited for Arabella next week. We will be pulling her, doing our day one infographics and all that stuff next week, so don't miss out on that. But otherwise, either tomorrow and Thursday, we might do Grand Blue Fantasy streams. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I kind of done everything that I've wanted to do in this patch. So we'll probably just go check out some other stuff. Either, again, Grand Blue Fantasy. Maybe I'll go check out what Path of Exile is doing. Maybe we'll play Enfield. I don't know. This is a tomorrow beat problem. I'd love to tell you what the plan is, but as I've been talking about quite a bit, we still have not figured out what our off weeks plan are for CZN to kind of fill the gap in the content between patches and all that stuff. So we will figure it out later. But for all my friends out there, let's go say hi to Sue if you're on Twitch. But to everybody else, make sure to stay hydrated. Grab yourself some water. Take care of yourself, friends, and hope to see you back here tomorrow night for more CZN. So until then, stay safe, stay hydrated, and we'll see you in the next one. Cheers.
Let's go, let's move side to side.